We have a pretty full agenda, so we'll call the meeting to order. Roll.
Commissioner Ryan. Commissioner Ryan.
Present.
Commissioner Campbell.
Here.
Commissioner Blower.
Here.
Commissioner Jewell.
Yes.
Commissioner Cook Hawkins.
Commissioner Cook Hawkins had an engagement that's out of town on business, so she'll be absent.
Commissioner Sorensen.
Here.
Commissioner Jordan.
Here.
Commissioner Wesley.
Here, we have a quorum. At this time, I'm going to turn the mic over to our attorney, Attorney Gurley, for the remote announcement about the Open Meetings Act.
Absolutely. Thank you all. Hope you all are doing well this evening.
Yes.
All boards and commissions, good. All boards and commissions must adhere to all laws established under the Michigan compiled laws and in accordance with the revisions of the Open Meetings Act adopted in Senate Bill 1108 as passed on October 30th, 2020 and signed into law on October 16th, 2020. Public announcement shall be made by each member who is attending the meeting remotely that he or she is attending the meeting remotely, and except for those in military service, stating his or her physical location.
Commissioner Ryan.
Harry Ryan, appearing remotely from my home in Flint, Michigan.
Commissioner Campbell.
Commissioner Campbell appearing remotely in residence, Flint, Michigan.
Commissioner Blower.
Commissioner Blower attending remotely from my resident in Flint, Michigan.
Commissioner Jewell.
Yeah, this is Commissioner Jewell attending remotely from my residence in Flint, Michigan.
Commissioner Cook Hawkins is absent. Commissioner Sorensen.
Present, participating from Flint, Michigan, remotely.
Commissioner Jordan.
Commissioner Jordan participating remotely from Flint, Michigan.
Commissioner Wesley.
Commissioner Bob Wesley attending remotely from Flint, Michigan. Thank you. Next item on our agenda is any additions or changes to the agenda?
Mr. Chair,
Okay, who we have?
Mr. Chair, I just noted one change. Under old business, the two items, Planning Commission member orientation binder and Flint Planning Commission bylaws, planning and zoning essentials booklet. Those are the same item and can be combined.
Okay,
Commissioner Wesley, this is Bill Vandercut.
okay, Bill.
I have 5 items. PC, the first case, PC 21403. I requested, well, the applicant has postponed for lack of one second, postponed. They postponed due to the lack of documentation provided. PC 21404 and PC 21406, both legal ads and applications for GROW. The agenda says GROW/provisioning. Provisioning should be slashed from the agenda for both cases, 404 and 406.
So it just should be for GROW only, right?
That's correct, Commissioner Wesley.
Just a clarification, this is Commissioner Jordan. So my agenda says growing/processing, not
Yes.
provisioning. Is it?
It's processing, thank you.
Processing.
Okay,
That's
so
correct.
not processing. Okay.
That's
Right.
correct. Thank you for the clarification. PC 21407, Green Skies Healing Tree. they postponed. They'd like to reschedule to the July 13th, 2021 meeting. And the final thing for the site plan review, the PID numbers, the two PID numbers given, they're inaccurate. The correct PID number for SPR 21949, 620 Blower Street is 4119 326 006.
006 or 005, Bill? Which one is it?
I have 006.
Okay. I had 5.
A moment, I'm going to confirm to,
That is correct.
thank you.
006.
006?
Yep, it should be 41-19-326-006.
Okay, very well. You got that.
That's all I had, Commissioner Wesley. Thank you.
Are there any other additions or corrections to the agenda?
Just a side note from me, just wanted to make sure that the note was taken that legal ad and mailers had the correct information. And it was just the mistake for this agenda, that's it. So the information that went out was correct.
And this is Commissioner Jordan. Just before we move off the agenda, want to confirm that per our bylaws, in the cases where the applicant has requested a postponement of the public hearing, that they know that they're covering the cost of any reposting.
That's correct, and we'll ensure that the applicants are aware of that fact. Thank you.
Any other additions or corrections to the agenda? Hearing none, the chair will entertain a motion to approve the agenda. Oh, look, all I need is a motion to approve the agenda now. If this is the way we're gonna go, we might not never get through with this agenda this evening.
I move that we approve the agenda as amended.
Support.
All right, folks, let's get it on. It's been moved and properly supported that the agenda be approved. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
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 Opposers have the same right. Hearing none, it appears unanimous. Minutes of our May 11, 2021 meeting. Are there any additions or corrections to the minutes?
Mr. Chair, this is Commissioner Jewell.
Mr. Jewell, go ahead.
Yes. Yeah, if we go to the first page, page 1, on the top where it says meeting minutes, it should say draft, D-R-A-F-T, meeting minutes. The items we received are a draft. Then
Okay,
if you go to page 2, under let's see, 1, 2, 3, third major block of information down, the line that starts with minutes, and then where it says, however, the corrected minutes were not received from, instead of lowercase, that should be an uppercase, planning staff.
okay, Commissioner Jewell, I'm trying to follow where you are. Are you on a public hearing part or?
I'm under the minutes of the previous meeting.
Uh-huh,
Okay. It's easy. See where it says public forum?
yes,
Okay, go up to the paragraph starts Joanne Curley. Go down 1, 2, 3, 4 lines. I mean, 3 lines. And at the end of that line, it says, however, the corrected minutes were not received from planning staff. That P should be capitalized.
Okay,
Then if we go down to the bottom of page 2, the last line should say with the master plan. Master plan should be capitalized, capital M, capital P. Then if we go to page 3, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th paragraph down. 5th paragraph down. Commissioner Jewell asked if the fence being referenced, a D referenced in past tense. And if we go to page 10, it's the 3rd paragraph down, 2nd line, where it says, and the chairman capitalized, capital C. Then if you're on the same page, on page 10, 3rd paragraph up from the bottom, where it starts Chairman Wesley, 2nd line, where it reads in the middle, the agenda until planning, capital P, and the commission, capital C. Then if you go to page 11, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 paragraph down on page 11, where it says status of draft zoning ordinance, capital improvement plan, and staffing update. Capital improvement plan should be deleted. Capital improvement plan should be deleted. Then if you go to page 12, under old business, 3rd line down, member orientation binder. Not packets, but binder. Then if you go down to the next 2 paragraphs after that, the paragraph starts with Commissioner Jordan, and the last line should read the commissioners, capital C. The commissioners, capital C. Then if you go to the next paragraph, the sentence reads, Ms. Wilcox shared that an update will be provided to her by Calfarni Steffens following the Planning Commission meeting. Additionally, Ms. Wilcox noted that she will review designation of planning staff representation to the I-475 committee. Ms. Wilcox noted that she will review designation of a planning staff representative to I-475 committee, and announcement will be made at the next Planning Commission meeting. An announcement will be made at the next Planning Commission meeting. Then also on page 12, the next paragraph, 3 lines from the bottom of that paragraph, the word administration, A, capital A for administration. Next line where it says from residents regarding the master plan, capital M, capital P, master plan, capital M, capital P. The next line, implementation matrix for the same thing, master plan, capital M, capital P, master plan. And then finally on page 13, the first paragraph on the top, the second line where it says master plan, that again should be capitalized, capital M for master plan, capital P for plan. Capital M for master, capital P for plan. Those are the items that I have, Mr. Chair.
Are there any other corrections or additions to the minutes of May 11, 2021.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
Commissioner Campbell, and I have one on page 4. The very first paragraph, it should read, Commissioner Campbell asked, what was the square footage of the property? And that should have been kept.
ask what was,
What is the square footage of the property?
what is, not the, what is?
Correct.
Okay. Any other corrections or additions to the minutes? Any other corrections or additions to the minutes? Chair will entertain a motion to approve the minutes of May 11th, 2021.
This is Commissioner Ryan, a motion to approve minutes of April 21.
May, yeah, we got it all mixed up. May 11th, 2021.
May 11th, 2021. Motion to
Support.
So moved and properly supported for the approval of the minutes of May 11th, 2021. Roll.
Commissioner Ryan,
yes.
Commissioner Campbell,
Yes.
Commissioner Blower,
Yes.
Commissioner Jewell,
Yes, with corrections.
Commissioner Cook Hawkins is absent. Commissioner Sorensen,
Yes.
Commissioner Jordan,
Yes.
Commissioner Wesley.
Yes, the minutes of May 11th, 2021 have been approved. Next item on our agenda, the public forum. The public is invited to take part on anything appearing on our agenda this evening. If there's anyone in the public wishing to address those items in the public hearing portion, you will have an opportunity to do that when those items are called. Anything else the public wish to address the commission on can do so at this time. Is there anyone in the public wishing to address the commission? Anyone wishing to address the commission?
Hi, this is Mark Kruger. I'd like to address the commission regarding 21-406.
You will have an opportunity to address the commission when that is called. When I call
Okay, thank
that,
you.
PC, you will have an opportunity to address the commission at that time regarding that. But anything else?
Thank you.
All right. Anyone else wishing to address the commission? Anyone wishing to address the commission? KZ, do we have anyone out there that want to address the commission other than those wishing to address the commission on the public hearing part call, except for the public forum?
So what we can say is, for unmuting, please click *6 to unmute your phone, or *9 to raise your hand so we can unmute you. That's *6 to unmute.
Okay. Anyone wishing to address the commission?
I'm on the agenda, so I don't have to.
No, you don't have to. Anyone wishing to address the commission? That portion of the public forum is now closed. As far as PC 21403, Mr. Vandercook, as I understand it, that item has been postponed for the lack of documentation. Am I correct?
That's correct, Commissioner Wesley.
Good. Next item Next item on our agenda is PC 21404. Sir Canon, LLC requesting a Group F special regulated use permit for a growing marijuana facility at 2010 North Dort Highway, Unit 5A, PID 4104352031. Mr. Vandercook, your comments concerning PC 21404.
The applicant appears to have provided all requested materials for a growing facility at 2010 North Dort Highway. The applicant also meets the standards, the locational standards for the facility. Thank you, Commissioner Wesson.
Very good. Is the applicant present?
Yes, sir.
You state your name for the record, please.
Edward Collins.
Mr. Collins, you are the applicant for this location. Tell us about your special regulated use permit request.
So we are requesting to do a small grow inside of a facility that's already located at 2010 North Dort Highway, Unit 5A. We're looking to do a small and starting small and working kind of our way up. So. Yep. So sorry, I've never been to one of these. I mean, this is basically my life goal and dream, and I'm hoping to do it. And I've leased a building over the last year, with the hopes of getting this thing up and going. And so here we are. It's in front of you guys, and I'm hoping that I have everything in order for you, and we can kind of hopefully move forward, and I can get building out this facility, start going to work.
Okay. Questions from the commission to the applicant? I'm looking at it.
Mr. Chairman, may I speak? My name is Craig Aronoff. I'm the attorney that represents Slan-Ucana. I just want to let you know that I'm also on the call, and we have the attorney that represents the landlord on the call as well, if you need his information.
Very well, thank you. Questions from the commission to the applicant? You mean commissioners have no questions to the applicant?
Mr. Chair, this is Commissioner Jewell, but I thought I'd let the other commissioners jump in.
If you have a question, Commissioner Jewell, just go ahead and ask.
Okay.
And so we can move on.
All right. My first question is directed both to the applicant and also to Bill, to the staff. I understand the facility, and we're not doing a site plan review, but I understand the facility is going to be within a unit within a complex building. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Can you just clarify me, just for a visual, separation issues from your operation from the other units? Are you at the end of the complex? Is the unit in the middle? Maybe you can just give me some insight regarding the location and dynamics of that particular unit.
Yeah, so we are in between a vacant unit and then a unit that is being leased out. Not sure the specific purpose of it, but there are demising walls, and there's only, so the entrances will be directly into our facility. There's no common area. We've eliminated that. So to enter into Slanukana, you're gonna have to enter in the front, the front door, and it goes directly into our unit instead of having like this common space. So it's pretty separated from everything else.
Could you just clarify, is this Mr. Collins responding?
Yep, this is Mr. Collins.
Okay, Mr. Collins, thank you. Is there an entrance in the front and an exit in the back? Is there just two accesses to that unit?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, that helps me just to kind of get a perspective. My next question, Mr. Collins, is it's a simple question, and again, this is not a site plan review, but can you just walk me through? I arrive at the front door. Okay, just give me a visual. Just walk me through.
Yep. So you arrive at the front door, and we have a security area there. There are offices to the right. That is the security office, and then my office. And then there is a checkpoint and a clean facility. Once you pass that, on the right side, there is a small vegetative growth area. These are all sealed in with, it's using walk-in coolers, essentially cooler panels to seal the rooms in. So there's a big wide 6-foot hallway. And then on each side, there is, these 30-foot by 28-foot grow rooms. And so ultimately and I think we'll see it on the site, like you said, when, on the site plan, you'll see exactly what it is. We were planning on starting small. So and when I say that, I mean, when this first goes, when we first finish the first part of the build out, we're doing it in phases. So it would be one vegetative room on the right side, and then two as well on the bloom cultivation rooms, a bathroom. There's also a curing room, which is just for hanging dry product. And then there is a secure lock room for any finished product that's waiting to be transported. And then essentially the back half of it would be closed off, except for the hallway. And we would be planning on building, after we make some money, build another room, build another room, build another room. But that's pretty much what it would look like, is a big long hallway with a bunch of big tall rooms in it.
Right. And I know I had a sense of the floor plan that was included in your application, but I always like to hear a verbal description, as if the person's walking through. Could you just add to that the role of security?
Yeah, so and obviously we take it very seriously with it being this industry and just in general. But we hired a security chief. It's one of the first things I hired was a security chief, and I got somebody who's he's worked with the Olympics before. He's a Purple Heart recipient, and he's it's awesome. So, but they're there. In person, that security team is there while all employees are there and while we're in operation. And then on the other hand, we're also going to have kind of around the clock security in the form of ADT or cars driving by, and somebody kind of on premises. So
okay. I just got two other arenas. One is, I know you're in a unit within a larger complex, okay? Have you done any outreach or touching base with, I'm going to use the term, your neighbors?
Yeah, so I know one of them so if you just pass the vacant one would be to the right if you're looking at the front of the facility. There's another neighbor. I've talked to him. That's Van. He owns a Thai food restaurant. We've discussed it, and then I've reached out to him and kind of we discussed things at the facility such as lawn care and stuff like that. So everyone is well aware of what's going on, in my understanding.
Okay. What about, I'll use the term across the street.
So across the street, there's a parcel that separates us from, because they had to split the parcel.
Right.
So I really haven't done any outreach. It goes into a little past that street is a neighborhood, and I'm not exactly familiar with it. But no, it seems like there's an auto as well as there is a grocery store on that corner as well. But I haven't reached out.
But as you've described, you've touched base with I'll use the term, your next door neighbors.
Yeah.
Would that be a good term, your next door?
Yeah, that's a good term.
Okay. I have two other questions, but in some ways I'll raise them, but I'd like to defer to my fellow commissioner, Mr. Ryan. Mr. Ryan, are you listening to this?
Yes.
Okay. My questions are, and you might be able to help us with this, is since it's a grow facility, status of product air filtration and product waste. How am I doing, Mr. Ryan?
Great.
Okay. So Mr. Collins, if you could just address that, and Mr. Ryan may do some follow-up on that.
Yeah, definitely. So we will, obviously one of the biggest things with cannabis is the odor. And I've been doing this for quite some time. And I think that we've come up with a pretty solid plan to negate that. We've reached out to companies from Colorado who are going to be helping with the build out, and they're going to ensure that, we comply with not only the state rules, but I really don't want, in my opinion, we're not open to the public, and I don't want anyone knowing what I do there. That's why I don't want to have signage. I don't really want anyone except for, people who are privy to know. It's obviously public information, but I don't want to broadcast what I do there. It doesn't benefit me for people to think, this place is full of this valuable plant, right? So I will do everything I can, and that's going to include carbon filters. It's going to include ozone scrubbers, all that. As far as waste product, it's biomass or bulk. I'll be disposing of, with a mixture of bleach to render it unusable. And then we will keep it in a locked dumpster, essentially, in a lock, on the property. The property itself is surrounded by a big metal fence. So it's a gated entrance, and it's kind of closed off.
Okay. And then Mr. Ryan, you might want to jump in here. You're much regarding the growing.
This is Commissioner Ryan. Two questions I have. Can you give me an idea of what you're going to do for climate control as far as the product? And where are you getting your product from? Are you starting from generating your own product? Females, are you getting them from overseas? Just how are you going to start?
No, so I have been in, obviously as a smaller MMP grower, but I have cultivated my own stock as well as bred my own cannabis for 7 years. So that's how I plan on starting. If the state will allow, I will be using my clones because it's the most profitable way for me to go. If not, then I will be starting from seed because, in my opinion, and this is probably further away from the subject than we need to go, but quality starts with a good quality pheno hunt, which would be looking for the best possible thing. And so that's what I've always done. I don't have any plan on running anybody else's. I don't ever plan on running anybody else's stuff. So no other seeds, no other. What I have is what I have, and that's what I plan on running in the facility. So.
Well, I was talking about what type of soil. Are you gonna use dirt?
Oh,
Are you gonna
sorry,
use
no, I'm gonna
filtering
use
or what?
Coco Core. Coco
Okay.
Core to start, and then maybe rock will if we can ever figure out a good way to recycle it. So, but Coco Core I like because it's always can be it's an inert ingredient. It can be washed. It can be reused. You can, you know, it has a lot of simple applications, but essentially it's hydroponics. So, yeah, I'm probably getting into nerd stuff now.
My last question is, because you're in the middle of a building, my concern is about the climate control for your growing room. What are you gonna do about that?
So there are rooftop units already up. We're most likely going to be starting with those in the first 2 rooms. I would, as quickly as possible, be looking to move into individual air handlers in each room. And that's more just for the safety of the plants themselves, to kind of keep any outdoor pollutants from coming in. I run sealed grow rooms, so they run very high in temperature. So we actually, and LEDs, so we don't really need a lot of the traditional AC that you would use. A lot of the tonnage we can avoid, because the lights I use really, they only put out heat from the light bouncing off of surfaces. It's not exactly putting out heat directly from a bulb or a ballast. So when I say that, it's, you know, we can use less AC. We can actually use less energy on the lights themselves, and we can kind of conserve on that. But if I can, everything would be enclosed in each room individually.
My concern was, even if you control the heat, you control at a certain temperature for so long, and then you monitor it. So you're only going to have one temperature.
We'll use troll. It's called a TrollMaster controller, is what we use, and we'll be using those. Each room has their own, so each room will be subject to there's varying ways to change temperature besides just AC, right? You can add airflow. You can exhaust more or less at certain times of day. So, you know, it's that. Yeah, pretty much we'd be able to control the temperature in each room to a degree, and humidity at that, and CO2 and all that would be under complete control, via the TrollMaster.
So that means you're going to have different lighting for each room, so it's controlled.
Yep. So, and I can dim the lights in each room separately. I can dim each light separately. All from a controller, and it all kind of does it on its own. However, it does require, somebody has to monitor these things. So, yeah. So,
my last question: do you have attendants that's going to clip it, or are you just going to let it grow, or you have somebody monitoring?
No, yeah. So we will be. Our plan is for each grow room, we will be hiring 2 to 4 attendants. We're starting with 2 just because, like I said, this is a smaller grow, and I am, as mom and pop as they come. So so I will be there along with literal family members of mine. So that will be state background checked. Everything that's required will be done, but it'll be like my parents will be helping. And we will be trimming them, defoliating on day 21, defoliating again on day 42. All that stuff will be either sold as biomass, which defoliation is just taking off, deleafing, will be sold as biomass or destroyed in the way we just discussed.
Thank you very much. I see you are experienced, and that was my concern, because your product can die.
No, thank you for asking. It's good to know you're asking these questions, because I didn't see them on, so thank you.
Okay, other questions from the commission to the applicant?
Mr. Chair, I have a couple of questions.
Go ahead.
Kind of stepping right back to where we just left off about employees. Will there be, it sounds like it really is kind of bare bones as far as the employees are concerned, but are you planning on employing anyone? If so, how many? And then also, kind of again, how many people will be in the building on a day-to-day basis, from security to maintenance to anyone? What does that number look like in the kind of chart of employees?
Yeah, so as far as the flow goes, we'll have 2 security guards on on premise, and then after these first two rooms are for the first two rooms, it's going to be two people, and from my perspective, I'm going to be bringing in people that I know and trust to do this because I need to hit this out of the park, right? So, but after that, we do plan on hiring local, and even when we're talking security, we're planning on going to, and this is what my security guard is already kind of reaching out to do, is we're going to go to the police department, see if anybody, I know that there's sometimes officers are looking for more work, so we're planning on kind of hiring locally from not from the start, but once we start expanding, we're looking at 2 people every single grow room. I'm looking to hopefully, if everything goes well, within a year, be applying for a much larger license and having 10 bloom rooms and multiple veg rooms. So, I mean, we're talking 20 to 30 employees. On top of that, a cultivation manager, so that I don't have to do 100% of the work all the time. Buying other properties and kind of doing this in a and vertically integrated. So yeah, the plan would be to continuously hire until we fill that building, or I take more spaces in the building if I could get it. So does that make sense, or do you need me to? I could elaborate a little more. I think I did better on my flow chart than verbal.
Okay. Commissioner Blau, did you get your question answered? Go ahead.
I did. And then just follow up, are you talking about growing into 10 rooms or so? Is that on site in this facility? You have space to grow into 10 rooms? Is that what you just said?
Yep. So the full size of my leased area is 12,000 square foot, and that's enough for me. Because I have, and so I've sent the plan in phases. So I have the phase 1, and then by phase, by the last phase, we're talking a fully built out facility. So all 12,000 square feet. Essentially, from the very start, we'll be using a very small amount of that. We'll be using about 2,000 to 3,000 square feet. Right. And the reason why I had to do this is there's just not a lot of space available. And so when I saw space, I jumped on it, And so I knew that it would be, starting small and moving up. And I always knew that was going to be what it was, because I don't, I'm not from big money or anything like that. So it had to be that way. And, for me, it's a passion, and it's what I've been, focused on for so long, that this is really, it's, I can't say it can't fail, but I'm not going to let it. So.
Okay. All right. Other questions from the commission to the applicant?
Yes, this is Commissioner Ryan. At the end of your grow, are you going to hire a company to take it to the state, or are you delivering it?
We'll hire a transporter. We'll hire a state-run transporter. It's it's part of the industry, and I don't see, as I've already added it into my costs, so it's not a surprise to me. I've reached out to multiple transportation companies, and that's what we're doing.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yep.
Welcome. Other questions from the commission to the applicant? Other questions from the commission to the applicant? I have one. Your filtration system, as far as what would be admitted outside of that building and the smell, what are you going to use as a filter? What
so
product?
We'll be using. Sorry, go ahead.
ahead.
Sorry, sir. So we'll be using carbon filters. And air scrubbers. So HEPA filters and any of the like loading bays, anything like that. And on top of that, ozone generators, which will actually kill the carbon filters that it takes, so that no one ever knows what we're doing there. Because like I said, it does not behoove me to kind of broad.
Okay, you're breaking up, and I didn't hear any of that last statement.
There's no benefit for a grow to zero benefit for me in that. So I was just saying that with the carbon filter, we'll, essentially we'll use as many carbon filters and as many other of the tactics, including ozone and HEPA filters, as we can, because it doesn't make any sense for us to broadcast what we're doing in that building. So for me, that's part of safety. That's part of security. So that's more a worry than, and an annoyance for my neighbors. They won't have a chance to smell it because I will make sure that no one knows what I'm doing there for my safety and for the safety of my staff.
Okay. Other questions from the applicant to this? Commission questions to the applicant from the commissioners? No other questions from the applicant? No other questions from the commission to the applicant? Okay, thank you. Open it up for the public hearing. Is there anyone wishing to oppose PC 21404 Cannon LLC request for a Group F special regulated use permit for a growing marijuana facility at 2010 North Dort Highway, Unit 5A, PID 4104352031. Anyone wishing to oppose? Anyone wishing to oppose? Casey, if there's anyone on the line that you?
So, for the callers,
Yes, for the
to
caller.
unmute, it would be *6, or to raise your hand, it'll be *9.
Anyone wishing to oppose? Anyone wishing to oppose? That portion of the public hearing is now closed. Anyone wishing to speak in favor of PC 21404, request for a Group F special regulated use permit for a growing marijuana facility at 2010 North Dort Highway, Unit 5A, PID 4104352031. Anyone wishing to speak in favor? Anyone wishing to speak in favor? Anyone wishing to speak in favor? KZ, we will check our virtual audience again to see if there's anyone out there wishing to speak in favor.
Again, it is *6 to unmute and *9 to raise your hand. There doesn't seem to be anyone.
Okay. Anyone wishing to speak in favor? That portion of the public hearing is now closed. What is the desire of the commission? Once again, KZ, we did send out requests. Did we get anything back in writing concerning PC 21404?
We did
Anything
not.
in writing?
For
Any phone
emails,
calls?
we didn't receive, but I'll leave it to Bill for phone calls or others.
Can confirm that, Commissioner Wesley. There have been no emails that I've received or phone calls.
Very good. Okay. What is the desire of the commission?
Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion.
Go ahead.
I move approval of PC 21404 Slanu Canna LLC, a request for a Group F special regulated use permit, processing marijuana facility located at 2010 North Dort Highway, Unit 5A. That's PID 4104352031.
That's for growing,
That's for growing, yeah.
not
I'm
processing.
sorry, growing. Yes, growing.
Is there support to the motion?
Commissioner Ryan, support.
It's been
With the
moved and
correction
properly,
of growing. Okay.
Yes.
it's been moved and properly supported. Any discussion? Any discussion? Hearing none. Roll for approval for a Group F special regulated use permit for a grow facility, marijuana facility at 2010 North Dort Highway, Unit 5, PID 4104352031. Roll.
Commissioner Ryan,
Yes.
Commissioner Campbell, Commissioner Campbell,
Commissioner Campbell, are you muted?
Sorry, I'm sorry. Yes.
Commissioner Blower,
Yes.
Commissioner Jewell. I'm sorry about that.
Yes for approval.
Commissioner Cook Hawkins is absent. Commissioner Sorensen,
Yes.
Commissioner Jordan,
Yes.
Commissioner Wesley.
Yes. To the applicant, Mr. Collins, your request for a Group F special regulated use permit for a growing marijuana facility at 2010 North Dort Highway, Unit 5A, PID 4104352031 have been approved. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, commissioners. Have a great
Thank
evening.
you. Next item on our agenda is PC 21406 Native X LLC request for a Group F special regulated use permit for an adult use growing marijuana facility at 3039 Air Park Drive, PID 40310031. Mr. Vandercook, your comments concerning PC 21406.
Thank you, Commissioner Wesley. Native X LLC requests a Group F special regulated use permit for an adult use marijuana growing facility. The applicant appears to have provided all requested materials and their application is complete. The applicant meets the locational standards for the site. Only thing we wanted to note that was of concern to some commissioners as this the site is near a site that came up before. It's next to Bishop Airport. And we could find no documentation that the federal government has any rules or regulations that would not allow this facility to operate there. I think Commissioner Wesley, maybe you, I guess you've got a letter too from Bishop that we presented to you from before.
I have a letter dated from the Federal Aviation Administration dated November 30, 2020 to the Honorable Daniel T. Kildee, member of the United States House Representative. And it says, Dear Mr. Kildee, thank you for your November 2nd letter on behalf of Mr. Phil. I'm not gonna butcher that name. Phil Konopinski, about the federal laws as it relates to establishing a medical marijuana facility in close proximity to Bishop International Airport in Flint, Michigan. Based on our research, the subject property at 3027 Air Park, they said 3027. We have 3029.
That's correct, Commissioner Wesley. That was for another applicant that came in here. I understood a couple years ago.
Okay.
So
It says 30 Airport Drive is not owned by the airport, does not have direct access to the airport, and does not have a through the fence agreement for airport access. Therefore, there is no airport or aviation related laws, regulations, policies, or guidelines which would impact the use of the property for the state stated purposes. Further, the airport does not have any federal obligation which would be impacted by this use. And it's dated and signed D. Kurt Schaefer, Associate Administrator for Airports. Okay, that's the letter that we have regarding that. Anything else for Mr. Vandercook?
that's all, Commissioner Wesley. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, this is Commissioner Jewell. I think I'm okay, but through you to Bill, are we all right with the property ownership by the applicant? Or we can wait for the applicant. We can address it to the applicant.
Okay. Is the applicant present?
Hello, yes, Austin Barr here with Native X.
Name again was what, Austin?
Austin
Okay,
Barr, B-A-R-R.
B-A-R. Okay, Mr. Barr, tell us about your request at airport.
Sure, so
We had something. Go ahead. Go ahead.
First of all, just thank you for taking the time to review this application tonight. The facility will be located at 3039 Air Park Drive. That's in the back of the cul-de-sac. It's a very remote location, and it's suited really well for this use. We believe that we'll be able to provide good jobs to the community, as well as help create revenue for tax benefits to the city as well as the county. We're working towards a Class C license, and we plan on growing at a slow pace, even though that's the largest license that we can apply for. We're working on gradually building out the grow rooms.
Is that the extent of your presentation, Mr. Burr?
Sure, I have several different things I can go over, or if you'd like to ask some questions, but yeah, primarily we're hoping to help contribute to the development of the cannabis industry in Flint overall, as being one of the premier grows, and working as much as possible with local dispensaries and processors.
Questions from the commission to the applicant?
Mr. Chair, this is Commissioner Jewell.
Go ahead, Commissioner Jewell.
Yeah, I think I would, is it Barr, Mr. Barr?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Mr. Barr, if you had heard the last last public hearing review, I'd like to take the same direction, and at an appropriate time, Commissioner Ryan, if it's okay with you, I'll defer to you on a couple of the other items, if that's all right.
That's correct.
Okay, but yes, Commissioner Ryan. But just to start with, Mr. Barr, can you clarify ownership, lease? Do you actually own the property? Are you leasing it? What's the arrangement?
Yes, sir. So the property is owned by Chippewa Land LLC, and that's my father's LLC. I am going to be leasing out the facility.
Okay. and you've already submitted that information.
Correct, yes.
Okay. All right. As I shared with the previous applicant, walk me through the facility. Can you do that? Can you just walk me through? This is not a site plan, okay? But just kind of walk me through the facility and the operation. How does that sound?
Yes, sir. So when you first enter the building, there will be a small security room. We don't expect to have many visitors. If any, it's only going to be employees. They will have to enter through 2 secure locations. The first is from the outside, and then once in the building, they'll make a right, and that will go into the grow rooms. When you go into the grow rooms, you'll have to have another security checkpoint, which is an automated lock system. Once they go through there, there'll be locker rooms and offices located on your left, and on the right will be the cooler walls for the individual grow rooms that are to be built in there. In the break room, they will go to their locker rooms. They will change into almost like a scrub type uniform to maintain the plant health and any potential pest entering. From there, that room will extend, I believe it's about 85 feet, and they will be individual, almost like a grow pod, you might describe them as, and they will be lined up, organized, neatly as efficiently as possible for the space. So that's the first section, and there's actually another warehouse section that is separated by a brick wall, and you have to enter that through the outside, and that will be through a secure access also, and that's about approximately 2,600 square feet, and it will have the same layout with the grow pods in that.
Okay. Can you give me a bit of, again, this is not a site plan, but can you just give me a little bit of update regarding security?
Yeah, so security is, one of the most important aspects of the operation. We are going to have third-party monitoring systems 24 hours a day, cameras that cover every inch inside and out. There will be no space that will not be visible by a camera. In addition to sensors on every door, advanced locks systems, and even locks within the office space to the grow space.
Okay. Before I defer to Commissioner Ryan, your neighbors, what kind of outreach or have you done in making contact with your neighbors?
So I have not reached out to any neighbors. If you look at the satellite image, it's at the end of a cul-de-sac, and we don't really have anyone very close to the building. The lot next door is also owned by Chippewa Land, and it's approximately 6 acres, and there's not really, I guess, what I would consider any direct neighbors as far as in like a more typical industrial park.
Okay, thank you. I have a couple of questions regarding grow process, air filtration, and product waste, but I'm going to defer to Commissioner Ryan. He's more attuned to those areas. Mr. Ryan?
Yes, I have 4 questions for you. What type of filtering are you going to use? Number 1. Number 2, your process of growing. Are you going to use dirt or whatever? And 3, your temperature control, far as your lighting technique.
Yes, sir. So we're going to be installing carbon filter scrubbers to the ventilation systems, and anything else that is needed to improve that. If we need to add more carbon filters, or if we need to look into the ozone and HEPA filters, we'll add those as needed. As far as the destruction waste, the product has to be unrecognizable. And for that process, we'll have basically, think of it as like a shredder, and then it will be placed into, it's called a biomass reduction, and it will make any waste product, which we hope not to have much of, an unrecognizable form. As far as the air conditioning system, the main grow room already has some climate control, and we're going to have to probably install some additional climate controls. And the warehouse on the side is going to have rooftop units installed. Again, very similar to the last applicant, we're using sealed cooler type walls. And so it's basically provide just the opportunity to control the environment even more efficiently in those enclosed spaces. So we'll also have humidity measurements, and we'll have all of this will be able to be viewed remotely and controlled remotely. And by remotely, I mean even just within the office. If you're sitting outside of the unit, you don't actually have to physically go in to change the temperature. And the grow method it's going to be a hydroponic grow method. We're using the Coca Core, and we are looking to do a stacked grow to take advantage of the height in this area, and LED lights.
So if I understand you correctly, you're going to use a carbon filter, and your process, you're going to use material, and you control the temperature. Your lights are controlled. You have a light control room, if I understand you correctly, or different rooms with different types of light. Am I correct?
Yeah, so think of them, they're almost as individual grow rooms within the warehouse. So they'll be, think of it almost as it's picturing like a shipping container, but smaller. And there'll be lights that can be controlled, inside the unit and outside the unit.
Chairman Wesley, how long have you been in the business?
I'm new to the grow business.
Any other business experience?
I'm an attorney by trade. I have a master's in natural resources and environment. So my experience is commensurate with growing other things. I grew up on a farm. We grew hay. It's a little differently, but
okay.
I'm comfortable with this process.
And the carbon filter, we've done a number of these, and we've received complaints from some of the ones that we've done about the carbon filters as far as the smell into the area where the growing facilities are located. So do you have I understand a contingency plan, use of carbon and HEPA filters to try to make sure you mask the smell, because folks the employees coming to work and they're, being met by the odor of marijuana. So
yes, sir.
Suggestion that you go ahead.
Yes, sir. So we're not going to have any signage, and we also don't want to have any odor emitting from the building. We don't really want anyone to be able to know that we're growing there necessarily. So in addition to that, our location, where I think the closest office building is 600 feet away, and we're going to take every measure to mitigate and eliminate as much as possible. In addition, most of the odor, it tends to emanate during the flowering phase. So even within that growing cycle, there's certain times where it may be more pungent, and regardless of that, we're going to make sure that we have enough scrubbers installed, and we have any other filters that are needed to make sure that that's not affecting any of our neighbors.
Okay. Any other questions from the commission to the applicant?
Yeah, this is Commissioner Ryan. In concern to the attendance for as you grow, how many employees are there going to be around 24 hours clipping and cutting, or you're going to do it yourself? That process.
Yes, sir. So in the beginning, it's going to be a slow build out. It's going to be primarily me and a few employees. Ideally, once we get to our full capacity, I'm hoping to employ between 15 to 20 people, all the way from solid, good paying $20 an hour jobs as trimmers, all the way up to $60,000 to $100,000 a year for a master grower. And even within that, I'm going to hopefully plan to have some additional employees there to help with traditional office jobs that are associated with the grow, in addition to the master grower and trimmers.
Commissioner Jordan, can I just ask a clarification on that point? Because I think you said that you'd have trimmers working at $20 an hour. In the materials that we had, it had 12 to 18 per hour. So if you're paying them more, wonderful, but just wanted to make sure I was hearing you correctly.
Yes, I have to double check so with any job these days, it's challenging to be competitive. The last time that we evaluated the price per hour, it was probably closer to 15 to 20 per hour for trimmers.
Other questions from commissioners to the applicant?
Yes,
Commissioner Ryan.
Yes, Commissioner Ryan. I would like to know about the product. I didn't get it answered correctly. Are you going to create your own females? Are you going to start from a product from somewhere else? Are you going to how are you going to start with your female seeds, or are you going to grow from seeds?
Yes, sir. I'm going to begin by purchasing seeds, hopefully from a local grower in Flint. If not, definitely the state of Michigan. And I'm sorry, what else were you? It's going to be a lot is going to be dictated on the market demands as far as the specific strain. But after those seeds grow, then we're going to produce clones.
Okay, thank you very much.
Other questions?
Chairman Wesson,
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
Commissioner Campbell.
Go ahead, Commissioner Campbell.
I have one question for the applicant. He stated that for the warehouse that you'll be able to control that temperature remotely and with no one being there. Can you tell me how that process works? And how will you know, or when will you know to control? Is there somewhere in another building saying this particular area needs some other type of lighting? How will that be managed?
People will be in the facility, employees will be in the facility during normal business hours. There's different times throughout the process where plants may need more or less light. So a lot of that is pre-programmed in. But for example, they're remote monitoring systems so that we're able to see, to make sure that, for example, the lights didn't go out and that the temperature didn't drop too much to impact the plant. So for the most part, it's not really going to be changed much. That's more for monitoring. And they're going to be on predetermined schedules as far as the lighting, but that will be able to be reviewed remotely with the technology that we're looking to implement.
So you will have cameras throughout the whole facility?
Yes, ma'am. We're going to have cameras in every facility, and in accordance with the MRA regulations, there will be at every door, every entrance, every the locker room, employee locker room, and outside the facility also.
Thank you.
This is Commissioner Jordan. I have a couple of questions that pertain to the floor plan. And so for reference, on our executive summary, that's pages 37 and 38. And so to the applicant, I'm wondering, first of all, can you identify for me what the floor plans on page 37 and 38 are? I'm a little confused because they seem to be showing similar things, but not exactly the same. So can you first of all clarify what you're showing there?
Yes, let me just get to that page. So the one, so basically the one has the lighting and camera systems that kind of show the areas that that's going to cover. The second one is just kind of focused on where the actual product and plants are going to be located.
Okay, so I'm a little confused because when I'm looking at it, I certainly see that one has cameras, but the layout of the rooms is different, and so is the labeling of the rooms. So for example, on page 37, that's the one that has the cameras, the room labeled utilities/storage goes pretty much the entire length of that middle section of the building. Whereas on the second page, that's page 38, the utility room only goes a portion of that way across. Similarly that one, like so do you see what I'm saying here? That they're not really the same.
Yes. So I understand what you're saying. Some of that is where we're looking to, so we haven't begun the build out yet, and we're looking at a few layout options just to make the most efficient use of the space. That utility room, I believe the part in the second picture, I believe that back there was storage that could be turned into office and incorporated into other spaces. So it's basically the general layout. We're just trying to determine the most efficient use of the space.
But you do understand that for this, part of the application is what your floor plan is. And part of what I'm hearing is that the floor plan isn't settled.
The general floor plan is settled as far as the specific size of some of the spaces that's going to be in the build out.
Okay.
So basically, the most recent one is the one with the cameras, and I wanted to include the cameras in there to be able to show how they're going to be covering the building.
Okay, so
The camera's on page 37, is that right?
Mhm.
Okay.
Correct.
Yes.
Okay. So I have a couple other questions pertaining to layout as well. So I believe you mentioned that there's a brick wall separating what on the diagram is the topmost grow room from the rest of the facility. And so it looks like, I'm assuming that the trimming and packaging room, that would be a place where you might take material grown from that kind of topmost portion of the facility and transfer it into that room to trim and package. Is that correct?
We're debating on putting a door through that space, and if not, we'll most likely create a trimming and packaging space in the in that top part also.
So how do you handle the security? I mean, part of the security plan is how you have protocols for different elements of handling the product through different phases of the growing. And so I guess I'm trying to understand how you're planning to handle security of transporting the product from that topmost room to wherever it's being trimmed and processed. And it sounds like, again, that's something that may be yet to be figured out if you're not sure you're going to have to transport it out of doors to do that or not.
Yeah, no, we're going to open. There's currently a window that's just outside of that where the trimming and packaging area would be, and we're looking into making that either open or a door for that transfer through, so that it doesn't have to go outdoors.
Commissioner, would this be something that would be clarified on their site plan review? Would that be something that when we look at their site plan, that that these items will be set and clarified to answer the questions that we've had to this point?
Well, I guess that's maybe something for the, I don't know, to the commission to figure out, but part of my reason for asking is I know that a floor plan is part of the requirement for the application.
Right.
And I certainly understand that with the site plan, there's a lot of other things beyond the floor plan that's part of that. But as pertains to things like the flow through the facility, whether the cameras are in the right places, whether there's adequate security protections in place, whether how you handle the product from one part of the facility to the others kind of reflects on all of that.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, this is Commissioner Jewell.
Yes, Commissioner Jewell.
Yeah, in response to your inquiry, part of me has a tendency to align myself with Commissioner Jordan's question. I kind of look at the site plan as the follow-up to the application on clarifying everything on the physical facility.
Commissioner Jewell?
Yeah.
It's not a bad idea to hook your wagon to Commissioner Jordan.
Pardon me?
Always a good thing.
I'm sorry, I missed the commentary.
You missed my commentary? I said it's always a good thing to hitch your wagon to Commissioner Jordan.
Oh. Well, I thought you said that, but I couldn't find the star. So
she is a star.
Yeah, but in all fairness, to the applicant and to the process, yes, there are requirements in the application and what we do need. And if there are discrepancies within the application itself, it does raise questions. The other side is, as we're all well aware, when we get to the site plan, to me, again, that's, as I shared earlier, that's getting into the actual construction and the details and so forth.
Okay.
So I will leave it at that. I got to go find my wagon now.
Is there any other questions from the commission to the applicant?
Yes, this is Mr. Ryan. Can you hear me?
Go ahead. Yes, Commissioner Ryan.
I'd just like to ask the question, in your growing process, are you going to use any nutrients or any kind of chemicals?
We're hoping to minimize any chemical use as much as possible. We are going to have a nutrient program that facilitates through the hydroponic system. But as far as the pesticides, we're going to look for natural alternatives first, and what's only use what's approved by the MRA rules.
Okay, thank you very much. That's good.
All right.
And this is Commissioner Jordan. I just have, one other question regarding the floor plan, and this is something that may pertain more to site plan, but I've just put it out there. And that's just, I noticed that there didn't appear to be any restrooms in this facility. And I noticed you said locker room and it has only one door. So I wasn't sure if that was meant to be a unisex locker room or if that was something else that you were thinking of revising.
I'm sorry, no, there's 2 bathrooms in that locker room area, and there will be 1 male and 1 female.
Is that on page 38 or 30?
It's 37 and 38.
37. That's in the the restrooms are contained in that break room.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
Commissioner Campbell, I want to make sure with the applicant that page 35 and 37 are just ideas, or will they be, one says on the security center, will it be, which layout will it be? Because the one on page 37 is one, 38 is another one, and they both are on the floor plan. So I can understand why some of the commissioners are not quite understanding what it's going to look like, because there are different plans. So will you, when you bring the site plan to us to look at, will you know then which one you're going to use?
Yes, ma'am. And we're going to, like I said, the last part of just when we create the build out is just making sure that it's the most efficient use of that plan. So yes, we will.
Thank you.
Other questions from the commission to the applicant? Okay. Hearing no other questions, I will open it up to the public. Is there anyone in the public wishing to address the commission on PC 21406, Native X LLC, a Group F Special Regulated Use Permit for an adult use growing marijuana facility at 3039 Air Park Drive, PID 4034100031. Anyone in the public wishing to speak in favor? Anyone in the public wishing to speak in favor?
Sir, do we do the not in favor first?
It doesn't matter. I do what I change it up. So.
Oh, okay. So I just wanted to make sure there will be a chance for the not in favor after the favor.
Yes, there will be.
Thank you.
Okay. Anyone wishing to speak in favor? Anyone wishing to speak in favor?
We have
of
a number ending in 518. You are unmuted.
I'm going to speak on the opposed, not on the in favor.
Okay.
Okay.
you.
Anyone wishing to speak in favor? Anyone wishing to speak in favor? Was those the only two calls, KZ?
We do have others on the call. If you'd like to speak or unmute, please click *6 to unmute or *9 to raise your hand.
Anyone wishing to speak in favor?
This is Steve Barr, the landlord. I heard a lot of questions about security. Been in business there in Air Park Drive for right around 30 years, automotive supplier. As far as security, the family has a major armored car company in Detroit and Grand Rapids with proprietary systems that we've developed over past 25 years that we're going to implement in this building, so it will be secure. Same technology that we use to guard cash, a lot of cash in the vaults.
Okay. Anyone else wish to speak in favor?
How was your breakfast?
Anyone else wishing to speak in favor? Anyone else wish to speak in favor? That portion of the public hearing is now closed. Anyone wishing to oppose? Anyone
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
to oppose?
Yes, sir. I'd like to.
Yes,
oppose.
sir.
Okay.
Yep.
One at
Go
a
ahead,
time.
Mark.
Okay. Will you state your name for the record, please?
My name is Mark Kruger. I own E&L Construction Group. I'd like to address the 21406 to place grow facility at 3039 Air Park Drive.
Okay.
I own E&L Construction. Contrary to what Mr. Barr said, they are not 600 feet away from us. I have a maintenance facility that's occupied that we do work in. It's probably 100 feet away. Our offices, he made it sound like they're quite remote. That's not true. His trucking company used to use our parking lot as a shortcut over to his parking lot. We moved over to Bishop International Air Park in 2015. We could have moved anywhere, but we wanted to stay in Flint and not depart like others. The conveyances in the air park, we purchased it, said industrial. I don't think that inferred anywhere that it was going to be some type of growing or agricultural. So we have over $3 million worth of trucks, construction equipment, and tools on our balance sheet. And at any one time, there's probably $1 million of trucks, construction equipment, and tools that are stored in our property. Our property is located directly across a private runway from 3039 Air Park Drive. I own all three parcels directly across from him. And I know that they're not going to put signage, and we certainly appreciate that, but there's certainly a lot of talk about security, and that's what our concern is. Our concern is that we might see our property, vehicles, construction equipment, tools vandalized or stolen. That would obviously hurt our operation, could bring additional cost to us. We have to put up barbed wire fencing to keep the bad actors out, additional security cameras, devices, maybe even a potential armed guard. I think another thing that's negative about this is this property, yes, it is in a remote part of the air park, but it directly faces Bishop Airport. So what's happening, you have airplanes that land and take off there. We might have visitors coming to Flint, maybe thinking of having a business in Flint. They're going to look over as they come down the runway, let what's going to look like Stalag 13 over there with barbed wire fencing. And I don't think that's the impression we want to leave. I think we're all working to make Flint a better place. I don't think this is in the best interest of the city of Flint in terms of a vision, but also for us and our company, the added risk is that wasn't something that was even a player when we bought the property, and it's certainly one we don't feel that we should fairly have to take on. So I thank you for your time, and we look forward to seeing you support the opposition to this proposal.
Okay. Thank you. Anyone else wishing to oppose?
Yes, good evening, Commission. Todd Campbell, Richfield Industries,
We are in the Air Park facility also. We have 3020, 3022, and 3016 Air Park Drive. And we are 100% against the special use permit for 3039 Air Park Drive or any address in the industrial park. It was not ever in spirit of the agreement or the vision of that air park. Richfield has been a long-term business located in Air Park Drive South, Flint, Michigan, 48507. Actually, we're celebrating our 84th year in business. Originally started in Flint, Michigan, on Richfield Road. And we felt comfortable moving and over to the Bishop Air Park due to the conveyances and the bylaws of the park. We felt it would be surrounded with stable and like business neighbors, and we have been. Unfortunately, we've had two of these intersections of potential use that once again did not and does not fit the spirit of the vision of the air park. And I think the city of Flint, I would recommend the city of Flint, to uphold that spirit of what the air park businesses were intended to be. Richfield Industries is a proud drug-free and federally, we are proud and drug-free workplace for federally authorized associates. And I need to point out that marijuana is illegal at the federal level. And we have to participate at that level. Along with providing drug-free workplace for our associates, we provide services on site to our customers, suppliers, federally authorized DOT truck drivers, FAA authorized pilots visiting Flint, Michigan, our Flint, Michigan facility, and each of these groups must remain drug and marijuana free per the federal level. There must be many locations within Flint that NativeX could locate without a special use permit. We're sure of it. We talked about another one earlier tonight, and that facility happens to be just down the road from one of our other facilities, and I don't have a problem with that. It's a better place. It's a better place for the industry than in an industrial park located next to a federal property. We have no desire for a special use permit, and we feel that it puts additional risk on our business, our associates, our customers, our suppliers, our federally regulated DOT truck drivers, our federally regulated pilots, and our neighbors are against, and our neighbors. And it is, and once again, we feel it's against our conveyances and bylaws of the park. I've personally witnessed marijuana facilities that have armed guards patrolling outside of the building. And I'm sure that Bishop Airport and Homeland Security would not accept armed guards so close to the airport. As ENL, Mark from ENL pointed out, the front door of this facility faces the public terminal, and it's right across. And I'd recommend that the commission, go into the terminal and look straight across and see how close and what that would look like if this were to happen. I hope it don't, and I'm planning on it not happening. But I would recommend that you take a look at that and see what waiting passengers and arriving passengers would be seeing. I once again on the security and the armed guards, these guards that I've witnessed at other marijuana facilities, I've seen them have weapons showing. And once again, this is faced the public terminal on one side, it faces the
the control tower and adjacent runway on the other side. Not it's just not a good deal, and it's not within the spirit and the vision of the air park. I remain committed 100% against the special use granted for this facility or any property, including Richfield's within the air park. And I'd recommend that, I recommend and I feel that we need to change the whatever gets us here. I'm not sure of the language that we're using, but what would allow us to think that we could put any type of federally illegal substance next to an airport. I think we need to change that, and I know Mark from ENL and I have talked about that, and we are going to work on that.
Okay, Mr. Campbell, appreciate
sir, I'm sorry. I'm almost straight to the end there. You talked about in the meeting about the airport's letter about through the fence access, and our company does have through the fence access, and I think it's important that we point out that the through the fence access is adjacent to 3039 Air Park Drive address. It is right on their property line, is right where the gate's at. And I wanted to make sure I pointed that out. And once again, we're 100% against this, and I hope the commission is too. Thank you for allowing me to finish. I appreciate that.
All right.
I'll pass.
Thank you. Is anyone else wishing to oppose? Anyone else wishing to oppose? Okay, is anybody else that's on the line that you can see for now?
We do have a number ending in 534 and 285. If you'd like to click *6 to unmute.
Anyone wishing to oppose? Anyone wishing to oppose? That portion of the public hearing is now closed. What is the desire of the commission?
This is Commissioner Ryan. I have a question for the commissioners. Have we, being that the airport did not, said they're not against it. My question is, he said that it's against their bylaws. Do you have a copy of their bylaws, or is that a true statement?
Commissioner Ryan, I have no idea what their bylaws are. This is the first time my hearing of bylaws, and I don't know if the applicant is subject to the bylaws of the air park.
Right.
I cannot address that.
Okay. That was my concern, because I remember the other case we had and it did not come up. So that's just a question I had. Thank you.
All right. What is the desire of the commission?
This is Commissioner Jordan. I'll just say it for myself, because the floor plans that we have in our packet, there's multiple versions, and we heard that there's some things yet to be worked out in terms of how product is handled within the facility. I would feel more comfortable making a decision after we had the final floor plans and an updated security statement explaining how that final layout, whatever it may be, what the security protocols are in terms of transporting that product within the facility.
So just to be clear, if I may, it's going to not transfer outside of the facility at any point unless it's through the secure transport and at the point of sale.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I have a question. The gentleman that last spoke for this particular 21406, he said the last thing he said about is there was a vault for the money.
Huh? Excuse me?
He made a statement that there was a vault. B-A-U-L-T.
This is Steve Barr. I was just
Can you
referring
explain that to me?
Yes, I was referring to technology that we use to protect a vault in a different company. It's a major armored car company in Detroit and Grand Rapids. Technology that we've developed over 25 years. We were going to implement that technology in this building. And I was just using an example that this technology protects a vault in an armored car company.
Okay.
So, Mr. Chair, will this applicant have a armed car coming in and out of that facility?
No.
Okay.
No, I'm just saying we have experience in that
I understand.
space.
I understand. I just wanted to clarify because that would be really congested. That was my reasoning.
Got it.
What is the desired commission? Commissioner Jordan says she would feel comfortable if she had more information concerning the floor plan and what was that? Floor plan and
Security.
Security plan. Okay. Okay.
Mr. Chair, this is Commissioner Jewell.
Yes, Commissioner Jewell.
In past public hearings where there have been questions regarding lack of documentations or need for clarification and so forth, it sounds like we're at a similar kind of scenario for this particular public hearing. And what we have done is usually continued the public hearing to get that additional documentation and or clarification done. In fact, we've just done it in our last two meetings. And I guess to Commissioner Jordan, is that something that she would be receptive to in us taking a look at a continuation of the public hearing? Because we've heard from the staff, we've heard from the applicant, we've heard from those in favor and those against. We're now in the sense of us as discussing. And if we're needing that additional information, that might be a viable approach.
Yes, Commissioner Jewell, I would be comfortable with that. I know that typically we have gotten input from the applicant around what a realistic date would be that gives them the opportunity to provide the requested information.
Okay. And Mr. Chair, again, this is Commissioner Jewell. Regarding the location next to the Bishop Airport, I know we've explored this in the past, and one of the callers did raise some concerns. This continuation of the public hearing might also allow us to get some additional clarification via Bishop Airport regarding any additional concerns, because the letter that you read was in relationship to a different piece of property, if you remember.
I do remember because they had a through the fence agreement, and that had direct access to the runways at Bishop Airport.
Right. So again, the question might be is a clarification from Bishop of, is there a through a fence access for this particular applicant's property, et cetera, and so forth.
I don't think there is a through the fence access with that, but we can touch base with Bishop Airport.
Right. I'm just saying for
express any concerns.
Yeah, for us and making sure that the I's are dotted and the T's are crossed and so forth. So, I mean, I would be willing to support a motion for continuation at our next meeting, which would be in 2 weeks, which I think would allow the applicant ample time to address that, the those additional clarifications on the floor plans and security, as well as for staff to then follow up on Bishop Airport.
So in looking at a motion for maybe continuation of the public hearing, we need to be clear as to what we're looking for. Is it the floor plan, a clarification on the floor plan, and what would that clarification look like? And the security plan, what would that look like?
Right,
And
so,
Commissioner Jordan, could you
sure.
maybe clarify
So,
that for us?
yes, so part of the application that's required is a floor plan. What we have are two different layouts for the floor plan, and we need the definite one. So it would be whatever the final floor plan is, if that includes a pass-through window for one part, or if you're including a door, whatever the arrangement is, to make sure that we have the final version of that floor plan so that we can look at that. So that would be the first item. And the second is that the applicant made some verbal statements about how, based on the proposed layout, they would handle the security around who has access to what parts, and also how they would move the product from one part of the building to the other. And rather than having that in the verbal, based on this situation, we might do this, or if it's that situation, we would do it that way. Give us the definite floor plan, and then give us the definite security plan that accompanies that layout, whatever it is, so that we're clear on what those protocols are going to be.
Very good.
Yes,
Okay.
this is.
Could we
Commissioner
also
Ryan.
provide the conveyances at
Hold
Bishop Airport?
hold up just a second, sir. Commissioner Ryan, you was gonna say something?
Yes, I would. In normal procedure, we usually ask, have there been any letters or information for or against from this, for this specific case, Dr. Kinsey? Is it any, have we received any information letters for or against? Because I did not hear that.
Okay. I will ask that question in just a moment. The applicant was gonna say something, and what was that, sir? I think that was the applicant.
Sir, no, actually, it's Mark from E&L. We'd like to provide the conveyances for the commission to review, if that's possible too. For the air park, that speaks as to what's allowed in the air park when we all purchased our property there. There's conveyances that describe that, and I'd be happy to provide those to the commission if they'd like to review those.
I don't know if, those are really, you can provide them, but I don't know if the applicant have to adhere to those or not. That's something that we will get legal counsel on. So if you want to provide them, you can get them to the planning office, and that would be fine. And then we have it reviewed by the legal department. But I don't think the applicant is actually adhered to that. I don't know if he signed any of those agreements or whatever when he tried to buy the property, or whatever. I don't know that.
It's typically part of the sale. You have to sign it. You've got the copy of the conveyances and agree to them. But we thank you, Mr. Chair. We'll provide those.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
Commissioner Campbell, the last time we had this problem with someone going into that area, the airport itself is just the opposite of what this letter on November 30th, 2020. It's just the opposite of what it said. The last time it says that they did have a through the fence agreement. What this one said does not. So I think we need some clarification on.
Well, see, the last property had direct access to the runways. That was the
right.
problem. This
From
one
my
does not have
understanding, this
direct
one is.
access to the runways.
But my understanding is this one is right on that property line also. I think
If
that's
I
what.
can clarify that, there's a runway
Hold up.
behind
Who are you?
This is Steve Barr, the landlord,
Oh, the
Go ahead,
landlord,
Mr.
okay.
for 3039 Air Park Drive. There's a
Mr.
runway
Chair,
behind.
Hold
Mr.
up.
Chair, this is Commissioner Jewell. I know, I know it's your discretion, but we're in the midst of us as commissioners discussing what action or directions we want to take. And if
Mr.
we're,
Jewell, Commissioner Jewell,
yes,
I understand that. But as Mr. Barr is the landlord, he might add some clarity. So when we
Okay.
make this motion, we be very clear when we come back what it is that we are dealing with. Okay?
okay, I just wanted to make sure it's your discretion.
All right. Mr. Barr, go ahead. Would you make it very brief?
Sure. There's a runway behind the building. It goes up to a gate. You contact the airport when you're in an aircraft. You want the gate open, and they come and open it for you. That's the only way you can access the airport.
But does this business have direct access to that gate?
I mean, the gate is there, but we can't go through it.
Okay, thank you. All right, what is the desire of the commission?
This is Commissioner Jordan. I guess would request through you to the applicant confirmation on what a realistic timeline would be for them to give us whatever materials we would need in the event that we postponed it for those 2 items I mentioned earlier. Knowing that it would have to be received in time for staff to get them and to prepare them for our packets. So typically, I think that's been something like a week ahead of time.
I'm sorry, would you like me to answer?
Yes.
Yes, besides any information from contacting the airport, I'm not sure how quickly they would respond, but as far as the layout and the final layout and the final security movement throughout the facility, I would get to work on that, and I believe that I could have it to you by that next meeting date.
So to be clear, our next meeting date is scheduled for June 8th. And to give staff adequate time to get the materials from you and provide them to us to review. I guess through the chair to Bill. Bill, would you need those by June 2nd in order to get ready for the June 8th meeting?
That's about a week. You want to go out to our a second meeting in June?
That would be the 22nd of June, and we would need materials by what, the 16th, Bill?
Yeah, I would appreciate it, the second meeting in June for the time that it'll take the applicant to prepare the materials, get the materials to us for us to review them, and also to clarify with the airport, the gate in and out of the airport. Which,
So we're looking at
just for clarification of, yeah, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so with
Mr.
that.
Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Campbell.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, please, Commissioner Campbell.
What are you going to say? Commissioner Campbell?
Well, I was going to, my thought was that when this gentleman purchased this property, because it's owned by him, is it Barr? That owns that, it says Chippewa Line.
Yeah, Chippewa Land LLC is Steve Barr. I'm Austin Barr. I'm leasing the property.
Okay, my thing is that though, was you told anything about an airport? What did they say? Airport.
I've never come across of any airport bylaws or conveyance.
Okay,
Like that.
that was it. I was looking for the bylaws. Okay.
Yeah.
And how long have you owned that property?
I believe my grandfather purchased it in the late 80s, early 90s.
Okay, that'll be something that we will.
Exactly.
We will get. Okay. Commissioner Jordan, would you like to fashion a motion for a continuation of the public hearing?
Certainly. I would move that we postpone for continuation PC 21-406, Native X LLC requesting a Group F special regulated use permit for an adult use growing marijuana facility at 3039 Air Park Drive, with the understanding that the applicant will provide a final floor plan and accompanying security plan based on that floor plan to staff by June the 16th so that we can continue this public hearing on June the 22nd.
Commissioner Blauer, support.
This is Mr. Chair, this is Commissioner Jewell. Since we got a support, we may need to go back. It's my understanding we're also going to include in that motion a clarification from Bishop Airport.
I believe, yes.
So I would amend my motion to include that staff is following up with Bishop Airport to get additional information regarding the status of the property.
Right.
Okay. All right, and the supporter of the motion, would you accept that amendment?
There was two of us, so I would. I don't know who the other person is.
I think I heard Commissioner Blauer before you, Commissioner Campbell.
Not a problem.
Okay, Commissioner Blauer, will you accept that emotion, that amendment?
As a supporter, I accept the amendment.
Okay. So
sorry, Leora.
Oh, no problem.
I was hearing, trying to hear everybody at the same time there. It's been moved and properly supported that PC 21406 Native X LLC Group F Special Regulated Use Permit for an adult use growing marijuana facility at 3039 Airport Road, Airport Drive, be continued, the public hearing be continued until June 22nd, 2021, and that the applicant have his information to staff by June 16th, 2021 for a final security plan and floor plan, along with, I think, clarification from Bishop Airport. I think we'll get with staff to maybe contact Bishop Airport. Is that fairly clear? Any further discussion? Roll for continuation of the public hearing.
Commissioner Ryan,
Yes, for continuation.
Commissioner Campbell,
Yes.
Commissioner Blauer,
Yes.
Commissioner Jewell,
Yes, for continuation.
Commissioner Cook Hawkins is absent. Commissioner Sorensen,
Yes.
Commissioner Jordan,
Yes.
Commissioner Wesley.
Yes. To the applicant, this matter has been continued until June 22nd, 2021, and you to have to staff by June 16th, 2021, that information requested. Is that understandable to you?
Yes, sir. And just for clarification on the airport contact, when you said staff, were you referring to your the city staff or?
If you want to contact it, I think we'll try to make contact also, and maybe we might get a quicker response from Bishop Airport.
Yes, sir.
Try to get that
Yes,
information.
sir. I believe you will. Yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I would just ask before the applicant leaves the line to make sure that he knows that in the event it appears that they cannot make that June 16th deadline, that they can notify staff in writing and request that extension. I think that's a courtesy we've extended in the past. Just wanted to make
Right.
sure they were aware of it.
To the applicant, did you understand that? Did you hear that?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, very good.
Sorry, this is Casey. Could I make a note?
Okay, Casey, what's your note?
So, I hope Bill can help me on this too. But we have to, there's the meeting for the June 22nd, right? That we're gonna say the continuation. And we prep packets on the 18th. June 16th would only give us a day to review those documents. So would it be possible, Bill, if I could get some backup here, maybe June 9th? So we can
Yep.
review.
And this is Suzanne. I'm sorry, I didn't hear the deadline either. I heard the week, but I think commissioners might have forgotten about the time that's needed to get the packets out. So I'd support Casey's statement. I'm not sure. I think we texted Bill and he might be muted, but I'd support Casey's statement that we need a bit more time to review those documents and make sure they're in order before we put the packets together.
Okay.
Just to be clear, would the commissioners want another executive summary or just those specific documents that were requested?
Just those specific documents that was requested.
Thank you.
And is it possible that you can get that in June the 9th?
I will, yes, I will work on,
And if
I
you can't-
believe I can, yes.
If you can't, then you can please notify staff in writing prior to that June 9th date. If you cannot do it.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, this is Commissioner Jewell.
Yes, Commissioner Jewell.
I'd like to make a motion that we have amended the previous motion's time frame for the applicant to submit by June the 9th versus June the 16th. And the applicant would have an opportunity for extension.
Okay, make a motion. There's support to the motion?
Support.
Is that Commissioner Campbell? Support?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so moved and properly supported that the previous date be amended till June 9th for the applicant to submit his information to staff. And if he cannot, to notify staff in writing for an extension. Roll.
Commissioner Ryan. Commissioner Ryan,
Yes.
Commissioner Campbell,
Yes.
Commissioner Blower,
Yes.
Commissioner Jewell,
Yes.
Commissioner Cook Hawkins is absent. Commissioner Sorensen,
Yes.
Commissioner Jordan,
Yes.
Commissioner Wesley.
Yes. Okay. Okay, can we move on to our next item? Next item is PC 21407, Green Skies Healing Tree LLC requests for a marijuana facility location variance from 300 feet from the residential zone at 3401 Corona Road. Bill, Mr. Vandercook, it's my understanding that the applicant has requested that this matter be postponed until June, or was it July 13th, 2021? Is that right?
July 13th. That's correct, 2021.
Okay. So that matter's been postponed until July 13th, 2021. All right. Next applicant is next item is PC 21408 Schultz Acquisitions LLC requests a rezoning from D4 to D5 at 448 South Saginaw Street, PID 41 18 107 019. Mr. Vandercook, is staff report on this location?
Thank you, Commissioner Wesley. The subject property is surrounded by D4 zoned properties. Rezoning this parcel would not be in line with the current master plan or zoning code. Under current zoning, the property is zoned D4 and future zone DC downtown core, which does not permit marijuana provisioning centers, districts, CE commercial and commerce employment. And I'm sorry, I missed a section of this. In the future master plan, marijuana provisioning centers are an additionally regulated use within districts CE commerce and employment and PC production center. Group E marijuana businesses are not compatible with downtown corridor zoning districts. The applicant, Phil Schultz, has fully disclosed his intentions to use their property for a Group E marijuana business if rezoned to D5. Group E marijuana facilities are not permitted in D4 zoning districts, only in D5 and above, except by exemption in our permanent marijuana code 50-183 U2. Commissioners should also be aware that 44 South Saginaw is within 250 feet of a place of worship, Salvation Army Flint Citadel, 211 West Kersley Street. Rezoning this parcel would be considered spot zoning, which is not conducive under the City of Flint's current master plan or zoning code, or future master plan and proposed zoning code. Rezoning the parcel could set a precedence to provide other applicants in the future the right to rezone their property from D4 to D5 to allow for Group E marijuana businesses. Thank you, Commissioner Wesley.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, this is Commissioner Jewell.
Yes, Commissioner Jewell.
I'd just like a clarification from Bill. I'm looking at the application on the front page. And at the bottom, it says information regarding the site, and where it says current use, it says no current use. It's my understanding that it's presently in, if I get the terminology right here, the Metropolitan Business District, and it has been, I don't know if it still is, it's been used as a restaurant, nightclub, etc. So it's been a restaurant use and so forth. So there is a current use. Would that be correct, Bill?
That would be
No,
correct.
It was not correct. Excuse me. Dave and Patricia Berry, I think, stopped using it in 2019 because of COVID.
Mr. Schultz, we're in the midst of clarification, please.
Okay, we haven't called you yet, whoever the speaker is, I'm not sure.
Okay, so Mr. Chair, just so I can be clear, the current use is basically for a metropolitan business operation, or
that's what it was. Yeah, it's in that district.
It's in that district. That's the current use.
Right.
So there is current use. It's not no current use.
Right. It's not, it's not occupied at the time, but that was the current use for it.
Okay, but Mr. Chair, we're talking about a zoning application, correct?
Right.
Okay, just wanted to double check.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay. Is the applicant present?
He is.
Okay. State your name for the record, please.
My name is Phil Schultz, SHALTZ.
Okay, Mr. Schultz, tell us about your zoning requests.
First of all, I was born in Flint, Michigan. I'm on the boards of Hurley Hospital, Hurley Foundation, United Way, Huntington Community Bank. I'm the founder of the Flint Diaper Bank, Woodbury Ambassador Program. I own 6 or 7 buildings downtown and 6 or 7 businesses. Why am I here? I'm here to change the zoning from D4 to D5 on 448 South Saginaw, the old Raspberry Building, which has not been in use for probably almost 2 years, and have the ability to house a provisioning center. The goal is I want to completely redevelop an old building in keeping with the resurgence of downtown. I want to attract a different attraction for downtown, for more people to come downtown, which is desperately needed. I want more people with higher wage. I want needed revenue to the city, and I want to leverage this building to develop a social equity piece, which I think is the cornerstone of this. Let's start with a couple of assumptions. My assumption is that sometime in the future, there will be a provisioning center in downtown Flint, as there are many other cities in the state of Michigan. For clarity, I do not use marijuana products, even though I was at Michigan State in 1968 through 1970. I still don't use marijuana products. I am only a landlord, and I have no legal association with any marijuana company except an existing lease. I've known Pat and Dave and Patricia Berry for probably 10 or 12 years, the past owners of Raspberries. He had that business for sale probably for 5 or 6 years and wanted to retire. He had 2 or 3 purchase agreements or LOIs that fell apart. I talked to him in last September. We came to an agreement with his last wish saying, please do something with it that's encouraging to downtown, and please don't let it sit as many other boarded up buildings have been, not only in Flint, but other major metropolitans. As I started to go down this road, I realized that there's only a few uses. Another bar and restaurant, of which there's 12 or 13, owning 4 or 5 of those, I understand that they don't make money, but they help downtown and they help the tax rolls and they help obviously hiring people, which is one of the must of this community. My attorneys and my consultants said one of the things you don't want to do is tell anybody, try to do it under the radar and slip it through so nobody knows about it. Excuse me, that's not my style. So in November of last year, I went on Facebook Live with Isaiah Oliver and Deborah Verholden. And the whole point was I wanted input from the community as the pros and the cons. And if there were pros, I wanted to know what are the elements that they would like to see to make it beneficial for the residents of the city of Flint and for the community. There were 700 viewers and there were 12 panelists, 700 views. The outcome of that hour and 40-minute, which you can see on Facebook if you are up late at night and have nothing else to do, is we need more good paying jobs. We need opportunities for minorities. We need a path to greater growth for those individuals. We want an organization to help financially and a social component for the city residents. We want there to be accountability for the above, and they want to mandate equity. I heard what they said, and I spent 4 months, actually 5 months, negotiating a contract. I had 3 or 4 marijuana companies wanted to sign LOIs and write very large checks to me because what they wanted is they wanted to use that to make money and take the money out of this community with virtually, in my estimation, no social equity benefit whatsoever. After months of looking around and dealing with 4 or 5 of those, I found a company by the name of Lume, L-U-M-E. I think they have an SRU in front of the commission, I believe currently. They're also known as Wellness Attitude. I heard what this group said, and here's what we came up with. And what I want to stress here is everything I'm going to tell you is a contractual legal agreement between myself and the company on a legal signed lease agreement. So if they don't do what I'm about to tell you, they're in breach of the agreement and can not only be sued, or I could shut them out of the facility because of breach of contract. Very important that people understand this is a contractual commitment by them. There will be approximately 25 employees. There will be a minimum, probably 75 to 90% will have to be City of Flint residents. Minorities must represent the demographic makeup of the city. I'll say that one more time. Minorities must represent the demographic makeup of the city. If the demographic makeup of the city is 70% minority, 70% of those people by contract have to be minorities. They will be paid $18 an hour. They will have 401k. They will have competitive health benefits. They'll have $2,500 each year going towards higher education at one of the local institutions. Now here's where it gets interesting. I've heard many of the companies, and they're all very fine companies that are provisioning centers around the state and in this community say, here's what I'm going to do for the community. And they lay out certain benefits that obviously are a benefit to the constituents and the employees and to the community as a whole. I think what I've done is groundbreaking. If any of you are business people, you understand the difference between top line and bottom line sales and revenue. Many people want to share bottom line. So you sell $100, you make $1, I'm going to share the $1. The problem is that dollar can be managed. And I'm not casting aspersion on any existing company or the company I'm dealing with or any company in general. But you can manage the bottom line. So rather than 100 gets you $1, the dollar goes to 0. I'm not going to play that game. I'm enough of a businessman to understand how this works. Through the negotiations, I've had Loom contractually guarantee 1% of the top line. Now, the top line, because they're state regulated, it cannot be maneuvered. It is what it is. 1/2 of 1% of that top line will go to the Community Foundation of Greater Flint. That was one of the aspects that was talked about at that Facebook Live with the 12 panelists and the 700 people. 1/2% has to go to the Community Foundation of Greater Flint, not as an endowment, to be put back into the community by Isaiah Oliver and a group of people, not me, that will decide how that money is to be used, mostly around marijuana aspects. Another 1/2% of the top line will go to another nonprofit specified by myself and the company that will go to the benefit of the citizens of the city of Flint most in need. Now, let's put that in real terms. And I'm going to throw a pretty large number out that I've been told by a couple people is attainable. And I'll state right now, it may be double or it may be half. But for purposes, let's assume that they sell $10 million a year. That's $100,000 contractually guaranteed every year to go, maybe the whole 1% goes to the community foundation, or 50,000 goes to the community foundation and 50,000 goes to another unspecified nonprofit that does work for the benefits of the city of Flint, the residents of the city of Flint. I believe that that's unheard of. And I think it's groundbreaking. And I think it sets the stage for other provisioning centers. Let's be real. The provisioning centers are going to make a lot of money, and they're going to make a lot of money off the back of the citizens of this community. And what do they get back? Unless they're an owner, which is very difficult, right? They're going to get something, but they're not going to get those kind of wages with those kind of minority contractual guarantees, with those type of top line dollars going back into the community every single year. So the bottom line is we're going to totally refurbish the downtown building. And if you've seen some of the buildings we refurbished it will be absolutely first class. It will be state of the art. It will provide taxes to the city of Flint to include real estate, personal, and business taxes. Provide higher paying jobs with benefits to city residents and minorities. It will increase the traffic flow immensely. There will be no smoking, no eating, and no lounging on premises. Now, through this process, I've visited more than a couple of provisioning centers. A couple of them are very disturbing because they have standing outside armed guards and full military regalia. I don't think that that's what we want on Saginaw Street in downtown Flint. I don't think that's what the residents want, and I don't think what the commissioners want. We have guaranteed contractually that that will not happen at this facility. By law, they have to have security. They will be in plain clothes. They will be very presentable, not threatening in any way. There is a representative on the line from Loom who can talk about some of the logistics. But I know that there probably have 18 or 19 different provisioning centers in the state of Michigan, a couple inside of downtown areas, and they are very, very well received. There's a side benefit to all of this. And if I've got a medical marijuana card and I have no vehicle, I'm not so sure how I get my provisions. But with this location, I can hop on the bus, I can go to the terminal, I can walk 2 blocks, I can get my needed supplies, get back on the bus and go home without having to worry about how I have transportation. I understand because when I've spent the last 6 weeks talking to the residents after this Facebook Live, and it is overwhelming, the support. I apologize to Suzanne and Bill and Casey, who, by the way, are spectacular employees. They are so good at what they do. It's amazing. I apologize to them when I handed them 48 letters. They're not 48 blank letters. They're not all carbon copies. I wish you had the opportunity to listen to these because they are very passionate, very pointed, and very much in support of this for a variety of reasons. And those are all downtown people. They're business owners, they're residents, they're doctors, they're physicians, attorneys, so on and so forth. It's across the board. I understand the problems with the provisioning center downtown Flint. I understand. Now, it wasn't until when they did the analysis, I did not know that there was a church involved because it wasn't part of the analysis. I found out Friday afternoon. If I would have known that, I would have made this presentation to that facility to have them understand what's going on so they could speak in. I did not know anything about the master plan until about an hour and a half ago, or I would have spoke to that. But if you could read some of those letters of downtown people who every day walk by a vacant building, and every day you walk by people that don't have a job, especially at $18 an hour with all these health benefits, and not $100,000 going to the nonprofits to come back in this community, they're tired. They want a kick in the ass. This, I think, is a kick in the ass. I believe it is. I think it's important. If it violates the master plan, then damn it, at some point you have to violate things that are better for the good. If this amount of people are this passionate about having something like this work, I don't know that we can put a better deal on the table for the community and from the minority community than what I have done. If so, let me know what it is and I'll go back to Loom and I'll try to renegotiate. But this is a very good deal for a city that needs and demands minority equity, social equity. They need high-paying jobs, and they need every building downtown redeveloped as a stellar point for more people to come downtown and spend their money, and then the cycle continues. With that, if you would not mind, if it's the pleasure of the commissioners, I would love to have Dr. Deborah Verholden. She's a Flint resident. She's an epidemiologist and classically trained public health professional. She's an associate dean for public health integration for Michigan State University and the director of Center for Health Equity Solutions. And I will tell you, she's the smartest person in this room. She knows more about this, the social equity piece and marijuana and this topic than anybody I've met in the last year in thinking about this. I would entertain questions, but I would seriously like to see if I could introduce Dr. Deborah Verholden for her comments. It's the pleasure of the commission.
Go ahead, Mr. Schultz, introduce Dr. Holden. Go ahead.
Deborah Verholden. Thank you, Chair Wesley.
Good evening and thank you. I will say this has been an interesting ride. You could have never told me when we started that this is where we ended up. In fact, Phil did reach out.
Mr. Chair, excuse me, could you introduce yourself again, please?
Sure. My name is Dr. Deborah Verholden. I'm not here representing Michigan State University, but in full disclosure, I work at Michigan State University.
And the last name again, please, ma'am?
Is Furr, F-U-R-R -H-O-L-D-E-N.
Thank you.
And my first name is D-E-B-R-A.
Go ahead, Dr. Verholden.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. And so I just want to be clear. I'm not pro-marijuana. I'm not anti-marijuana. I had some conversations with the state as we move towards legalization in the state of Michigan. My primary interest is public health. And I think one of the things we figured out during the COVID pandemic is that you can't have public health without equity, and you can't have public health without social justice. And I've worked on these issues in other places. I think what we've created here and the opportunity that's before us is one that's both transformative, it's unparalleled, and it's unique. There's so many people who've been negatively impacted unfairly by drug laws, who remain in prisons and in jails, who are watching other people now benefit and profit from an industry that ruined their lives and disrupted their families and their communities. And so I do acknowledge Phil and the effort that he made, because he talks about the hour and 40 minutes, and he's only telling you what one streaming line got. That video actually got 1,300 views, and I probably got about 50 phone calls and follow up to it. And we fired a lot of questions at him, and we made a lot of demands. And we had a follow-up conversation, and I thought there's no way he's going to be able to pull this off. And to know that we had the opportunity to create a model born out of Flint that could be a national model for how provisioning centers and owners of such establishments can have real skin in the game and stake in the game for restoring what was taken from so many people in a community engaged model as a public health person is one that I think holds great promise and merits an opportunity to stand. I live within a mile of this center, and I work within 4 or 5 blocks of it. I trust with all of the development that's happened downtown and what I've seen and what Phil and others who've really invested in the downtown redevelopment have done, that this business will bring positive traffic to downtown. And if it doesn't, what I can tell you is we have ongoing surveillance of physical activity in and around downtown, and we beef that up as a function of developments that are happening. So I will have my eye on the public health implications of this center and anything that it might bring to the physical environment. But I can tell you from a social justice standpoint, this is an unparalleled opportunity. And I just hope and pray that you factor that in as you make this decision. I'm really looking forward to the work that we can do with the funds that get generated from this and the model potentially that we can get replicated, not only in the state of Michigan, but all across the nation. And I'd be happy to answer any questions or speak about my credentials. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Schultz, you're back. Anyone else you'd like to introduce?
Yes. Let me start with Andy Watchman.
Good evening, Commissioners. Thanks for giving us the time. Adjust that a little bit.
And you are again?
My name is Andrew Watchhorn. I'm a resident of the city of Flint.
Watchman?
Watchhorn, W-A-T-C-H-O-R-N.
W-A-T-C-H-O-R-N.
Mr. Chair, this is Commissioner Jordan. I just had a question of clarification. I wasn't sure whether the current speaker is part of the development team and presenting as part of that, or is this a person wishing to speak in favor of the proposal as part of the public comment?
Okay. Maybe we need
Mr. Chair, this is Commissioner Joel. That's my question also. I
Okay.
appreciate the commentary. It's
Okay.
my understanding.
Go ahead.
It's my understanding that Mr. Schultz has, I'll say, done an outstanding overview and presentation. And if others are giving supportive commentary, I think that would probably be most appropriate in the pros and
public
cons
hearing?
section. Yes.
Okay, the public hearing. I don't know if Mr. Watchman is part of the development or speaking in favor of the speaking in favor?
Simply speaking in favor. So if we do that at another
Okay,
time,
yeah.
that's
If that's the case, you can have that at the public hearing part. Okay, you have an opportunity to speak in favor. Okay, Mr. Schultz, back to you. And you completed on your presentation, and I will open the floor up to the commissioners to ask questions.
And I will just add, Chairman Wesley, that John Albu from Loom is also on the line if you need questions that can only be answered by the Provisioning Center Company.
Okay, you kind of broke up right at the end there, and I'm not clear as what you just said. Someone is on the line?
Yes, there's a John Abu, A-B-B-O, is on the line from Loom in case you have any questions for the company itself, which again, I have
Okay.
no relationship with the company other than a lease agreement.
Okay, all right, questions from the commission to Mr. Schultz? Okay,
I guess I would, this is Commissioner Jordan again.
okay, Mr. Jordan.
And I'm trying to bear in mind that the question before us today is not a special regulated use permit.
This is zoning, yeah,
This is a rezoning permit.
right.
And so I guess, hypothetically, even if this rezoning request were to go through, the applicant's been very clear about what their intentions were for the property. Part of what was raised in the staff report, and forgive me if I overlooked this in the presentation, but was that it's within a certain distance to a church, which under the city's marijuana ordinance appeared that it might present an impediment on that front, even if it were to be rezoned. So I guess in light of that, I was curious if the applicant had any additional information they wanted to share.
I don't know if that's a response for me. That was very difficult to hear, but I think Commissioner Jordan, I understand what you're saying. Based on me finding out Friday afternoon that the church, which is the Salvation Army, is within the legal distance, I was told that potentially where that comes into play is the SRU rather than in the zoning. You would have to ask that of your staff, but I did not have time since Friday afternoon. If I would have known that, if it would have been part of the analysis, I would have been in front of the Salvation Army many weeks ago to present our case, with the social equity piece.
Commissioner Wesley, for a point of clarification, the Salvation Army wasn't a part of a GIS analysis. We determined that on Friday with the city assessor that they're a nonprofit worship group. And so that's when I informed, after determining that with the city assessor, with KZ's assistance, informed Mr. Schultz of that, that oversight, and just to make the commission aware.
Okay. All right, other questions from the commission?
Mr. Chair, this is Commissioner Jewell. First off, I'd like to just do an acknowledgement regarding Mr. Schultz. Mr. Schultz and I have had the opportunity to work over the past several years on a number of civic and charitable efforts. And as part of his introduction, he's done an excellent job of clarifying his commitment to our community. However, I'm a little bit confused. The application that is before us this evening is for zoning. It's not for a special regulated use. And I didn't necessarily hear from you, Mr. Schultz, regarding the focus on the zoning. I did hear an outstanding, and I will use the word again, outstanding presentation regarding a application for a special regulated use. Outstanding job, very clear, very concise, and so forth. But this particular application is regarding zoning. So can you give us some update regarding the zoning?
Are you asking me that, Commissioner Jewell?
Yes.
Yeah, sure. The reason I got into what you would consider probably correctly the SRU aspect of this is I want to be perfectly clear what my intentions are. I don't want to come here and say I want to go from D4 to D5 because I can rent it to for whatever the reason is. I want everybody to understand what my intention is. The next step, if it's rezoned, or if the zoning does go from D4 to D5, my next step would be to go to the place of worship and have a discussion with them to find out what their feelings are. And I believe there's an SRU from Loom in front of the city as we speak, I believe. And then pursue the SRU, and if that goes through, go ahead and rebuild the building. What I didn't want to do is come here and
Mr. Schultz, I appreciate your commentary, but you're giving me information regarding an application on an SRU, a special regulated use. I'm seeking information regarding zoning. As it stands based on the material that was submitted to us, the Metropolitan Business District, and staff can correct me on this, is basically zoned D, if I have this correct, and I'm always is D4.
Correct.
And I'm looking at all the parcels, and that the request is for a particular parcel, which is in the midst of that zone district, is for a D5.
That is correct.
Okay, so I'm looking at why the Planning Commission would make a recommendation to change a particular parcel in the midst of one particular district that's already determined for D4 to D5. As you probably heard from staff, it falls under what is defined as spot zoning.
Correct. I
So,
can't use
so,
that
well,
term.
maybe I'll just ask the question. Is your whole intent, and I understand you're the owner of the property, that's correct. Is that correct?
It is correct.
Okay. And you stated you own a number of other parcels adjacent to or in the downtown area?
I own I own or in part owner of probably 9 or 10 parcels, very close. I don't think one is 2 doors down, one is 3 doors down, one's 5 doors down, across the street. Probably, I don't even know the number, 8 or 9 within 300 feet, 500 feet.
Okay, which are all zoned for D4 and for businesses that are allowed in the D4. But in your application, in your presentation this evening, you're sharing with us that you want to put in a special regulated use operation, but you're the owner and you're sharing with us that somebody else will be applying for that, and that, yes, you do have this contractual agreement, but our intent for tonight is not on a special regulated use, it's on zoning. And and I'm a little bit confused. If you had spent, and you would be applauded for spending all this time and this energy of looking at something that you see as a positive endeavor and the feedback that you got from a cross section of folks, to the extent of what changing a parcel to a different zoning district within an area accomplishes, and then issues related to putting a special regulated use prop or operation in there. Are you aware that if that parcel is changed to a different zoning, it goes with the property, it doesn't go with the owner?
Absolutely correct. And that's a great question, Commissioner Jewell. Let me walk you through my mindset, which could be totally wrong. I looked at this sort of the back end of the statement rather than the beginning of the statement. And the back end of the statement is, if I could do anything in the world with this property, what is the absolute best use that I could put that to that would have the greatest benefit from a social equity standpoint, a finance to the city standpoint, and an employment standpoint? What would that be, right? Fort Knox, or whatever the greatest thing would be. In my last 9 months of investigation, the provisioning center to me was the best use of that property for all of the goals and the outcomes that we talked through that Facebook Live. Once I found that was the best use for all of those goals, I had to move backwards and say, what do I need to do to accomplish that task? And talking to many people at the city and attorneys and accountants and whatever it might be, they said the first step towards your goal is you have to, for whatever reason, go from a D4 to D5. If we can't go from a D4 to D5, everything else is immaterial. Well, okay. I didn't want to go.
And Mr. Schultz, I appreciate it, and I appreciate you restating the importance of that endeavor. But I'm still a little bit confused, because if other people are saying you have to change it from a D4 to a D5, hopefully they gave you consultation and advice of what that entailed and the ramifications and the concerns related to it. And the other part, you are to be applauded for the effort of wanting to do something outstanding. So my twofold question would be, you own a variety of other properties. There are a variety of other properties within the city of Flint that meet the zoning requirements for a special regulated use. So that's an avenue to pursue. Is that not?
But they're not downtown.
Okay, so then my next question then is, which then leads the question to the issue of spot zoning, okay? And I'm going to read something regarding spot zoning, that the area is small compared to districts surrounding the parcel in question. This new designation allows land uses inconsistent with those already allowed in the vicinity. The spot zone would confer a special benefit on the individual property owner not commonly enjoyed by the owners of similar property. And the existence of spot zoning conflicts with the policies in the text of the master plan as well as future land use and land use. And I guess I would ask the question is, if somebody else came to the planning commission or other people came to the planning commission and said, we want to change this particular parcel in this district that's zoned for whatever, and we want to put this particular operation in the middle of that district, and we want to change that because we know it will be a benefit. Does that not lead the precedent of the sense that whatever an individual feels that is of importance, that can be changed? I mean, the nature of zoning is to create designated areas within a community efforts. That's why I share that, because I'm going and I'm looking at this not as a special regulated use application, because it's not. It's a zoning change application.
Been living in this town for 73 years and being in business for 50 years and spending the last 18 years of my life redeveloping downtown Flint, I want to be disruptive. And I hope this sets the stage for people violating a master plan or some other usage when the advantage is so great, when it is so great versus opening another bar, of which there's 11 downtown. Trust me, none of us are making any money. And it's when the issue is so great and the benefit is so great, you have to bend and break the rules. And wouldn't it be great? Wouldn't it be awesome if there was 3 more people up here next week saying, I want to break this rule and I want to do this because look at what the benefit is. That would make my day. Every day somebody should come up here and push the commission with something of such great benefit that you go, holy crap, why wouldn't we violate the rules that we have? The rules are there for the
Mr. Schultz, I appreciate your commentary about making change, bringing that about and so forth. But as a planning commissioner, I took an oath not to break certain rules, guidelines, and laws. And in that is the issue regarding zoning. So I just wanted to, again, provide you that opportunity to talk about the zoning related issue to help me get a clearer understanding. I appreciate your passion. I appreciate your insight. But I'm still at the scenario, as I shared with you, I have certain obligations and responsibilities. So, Mr. Chair, at this point, that's part of my inquiry.
Okay.
Can I respond?
Go ahead, Mr. Schultz, if you like.
Commissioner Jewell, you and I go back, we're both really old, at least I'm older than you, 25 years, and we've jousted on many things. But what I'm hearing you say with the utmost respect is no matter what anybody comes to this commission, no matter how great the benefit, if I could put 3,000 employees, if I could pay them $50 an hour, and I could bring millions and millions of dollars, that you will not violate that aspect of this zoning. You will never violate it, no matter what. That's what you're saying, and I'm pushing.
But you can't say that, Mr. Schultz.
I'm sorry.
But you cannot say that this is not that situation. This is dealing with spot zoning, and we open this door, then we lose control. So before I go any further, I want to see if there's any other commissioners who would like to ask questions of Mr. Schultz at this time.
So this is Commissioner Jordan, and I totally get the social purpose with which you explained your plans tonight. And my question, I guess, is both to Mr. Schultz and then it may be staff if they have any insights as well. I will not profess to be an expert on the Zoning Board of Appeals process, but I know that they have a provision for looking at things like use variances. And I guess I'll ask both Mr. Schultz and then to staff whether you had explored that as an avenue.
Commissioner Jordan, it was very difficult to hear you, but I think the question was, have I gone down some other avenue? I followed the avenue given to me by the city, stating what my purpose was. I asked them, I'm not an expert at this, and I followed the avenue that they said was the avenue to do this. So so the answer to your question, I believe, is I have not followed any other path because I did not know there was another path. This was the path I was told to take.
And I'm not sure, as a use variance, how that would work either, how that would look. So the staff might, to Mr. Vandercook, the thing as far as the use variance, what do you think about, do you have any insight on that avenue?
Commissioner Wesley, I believe that Mr. Schultz and I did have a discussion about variances. And as he's previously stated, he had advisors that recommend that he rezone his property. That rezoning advice did not come from myself personally. Okay. So who in the city gave him that advice that it needed to be rezoned, but that was the approach that Mr. Schultz, I believe, chose to go. And we could sit down and discuss use variances and the possibilities with Mr. Schultz to achieve his goals through variances.
I don't know, how that would work either.
I was
As far
under
as
the
the
impression
variance is concerned.
Also, this is Attorney Gurley.
Okay, Attorney Gurley.
I would just interject also here in that, the Planning Commission does not give legal advice.
Right.
And also something to note is that the master plan would have to be revised. And I'm not sure that the Planning Commission has the authority to revise the master plan without some form of action from council. But I would certainly defer to Suzanne on this issue because I think she's probably more versed with the master plan, or even Bill also.
Well,
Thank
the
you.
master plan falls under the purview of the Planning Commission. And we have to, we look at the master plan every 5 years and look at areas and uses during that time. So the zoning spots, if it was, even at the master plan, I think it would still be spot zoning. But Suzanne, you want to chime in on anything here?
I would agree with you. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
That the planning commission has purview over the master plan, and modifications to the master plan have to follow the process that's outlined under the Planning and Zoning Enabling Act.
Correct.
And so, no, it's not something that can be modified. I don't believe that's what we're talking about right here. We're actually talking about a rezoning, which is a different issue than revising the master plan. So I think that I don't know that we're asking for legal advice, but I would agree with you that there is a process to amend the master plan, but that's not what we're actually talking about right here.
Correct.
Chairman
Okay, other
Wesley?
questions from the commissioner to the applicant? Are there any other questions from, go ahead. Any other questions from the commission to the applicant? Okay, Mr. Schultz, thank you. That'd be all for now. I will open it up. And
Chairman Wesley?
Yes.
Could I ask one more, could I make one more comment regarding, I believe it was Commissioner Jewell's well-stated issue? If I could have Dr. Deborah Verholden, who has had history in this, based on his question, just respond to that, if Commissioner Jewell would be okay with that?
Not at this time.
Mr. Chair, my question was directed to the applicant on the zoning change, which was Mr. Schultz.
Right. So, no, I will reserve all of that, but right now I'm going to open it up to the public, for the public to have a say. And I'm going to start with, is there anyone out there who wish to speak in favor? And I say that, and I acknowledge to the applicant that the commission is in receipt of, I think it's 41 letters. 48 letters of approval, 48 letters, and we have read all of them. in support of the rezoning. 48 letters in support of the rezoning. All these letters will be placed in the file. So if there's anyone that's out on the line which wish to speak in favor of,
We have people right here willing to speak right now, if it's the
okay,
will of the commission.
anyone wishing to speak in favor of PC 21408, Schultz Acquisition LLC, request for a rezoning from D4 to D5 at 448 South Saginaw Street, PID 4118107019. Anyone wishing to speak in favor?
Yes, this is deja vu. I'm going to be very brief since I already spoke, and I spoke to the aspect I was asked to speak about. I'm not a zoning expert, but I have worked extensively on zoning in other cities. I was one of the lead authors of Transform Baltimore, which was our first zoning rewrite in 41 years.
Mr. Chair, for the record, could the presenter again identify themselves for the record?
Okay.
Sure.
Dr. Farholden, would you identify yourself?
Dr. Deborah Verholden, DEBRA-FURR-Holden.
Okay, go ahead, Dr. Farholden.
So the term was used around spot zoning. And typically spot zoning has been used to as a tool of restriction, as a tool to provide favor and unjust favor oftentimes to people. And that's not what's being asked here. So I want to speak to it because the law in Michigan actually allows for this type of conditional zoning or what might be considered contract zoning if it's in the best interest and in public good. And I think this business does meet that bar and fulfill on that criteria. One, because of where it would be located. The issue of its proximity to a place of worship, that's a separate issue in my understanding for a separate time. But if we're just talking about the issue of the rezoning of that one parcel, it operates in the greater good of that downtown corridor and in that development. It's conditional, it's contractual, and this is exactly the kind of strategy that we want to see. An owner who's being forthright, forthcoming, transparent, and adding to what has otherwise been a vacant and unusable property. It actually serves the public good, and that's why we have planning commissions so that decisions can be made by people who are here to serve and act on the greater public good. Getting that place in the current zoning, as Mr. Schultz said, and adding another restaurant, I don't think likely contributes to public good in that area and would probably contribute to oversaturation. So I just ask that we do a little bit of reframing and thinking about it because this is actually allowable under Michigan law. And the bigger picture is I think it serves a greater public good to have a business there and a business that generally will conform to other uses of properties in the surrounding area. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Okay, you are?
My name is Andrew Watchorn.
Spell the last name again for me again, please.
WATCHORN.
Okay, Mr. Warfar.
I'm the owner of 522 South Saginaw LLC. In that capacity, I manage and rent out space in the building at 522 South Saginaw, which is in the next block up from this location. I've owned this space for nearly 9 years and have tried to support the goals of creating a vibrant, welcoming, and sustainable downtown Flint that promotes economic success for business owners and retains talent in the greater Flint area. I give my support to this change of zone because it is important to activate available downtown spaces, particularly to serve the following outcomes: creating jobs, serving community needs, maintaining buildings, creating additional foot traffic in the downtown business district. Because this change of zoning will serve these purposes, I'm sending this letter, or I sent a letter to you to support this positive impact project. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak in support?
Yes, sir.
Name, please.
Mike Nadeo, and like November, ADDEO. I am a business owner at 432 South Saginaw, just a couple doors down from the property in question. I'm speaking in support of the proposed zoning amendment for the former Raspberries building at 448 South Saginaw Street. As a downtown business owner and neighbor to this property, I strongly support the initiative of Mr. Schultz in redeveloping this near blighted property. I think that a provisioning center downtown could be a vital part of the landscape and will provide desperately needed retail business. Any steps we can take to drive investment and traffic to the area should not be ignored. It is my understanding that this proposed development will create up to 25 well-paying jobs and generate limitless revenue for the city. As someone who has conducted exhaustive research into this emerging market, I think that one of the most crucial aspects to this is the social responsibility agreement that this new business would have to adhere to. This provides the business will hire a certain number or a certain percentage of employees from the underserved portions of our community, greatly expanding the diversity of the downtown workforce. This new business will also agree to provide needed funds to many of our area nonprofits. This proposed tenant is a well-established and high-end chain of provisioning centers who I have no doubt will do our city proud. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak in favor?
Hi, my name's Olivia Holden, OLIVIA HOLDEN, and I'm speaking in favor of the proposal. Just speaking as a resident of Flint, as a Black person, we're finally having the opportunity for somebody to come in. People get arrested for marijuana convictions all the time, right up the street from where this would be. And we're finally having the opportunity to do that legally within the city of Flint. It's walking distance from my house. It will provide jobs for people in the city of Flint in a pandemic where people's jobs were ripped from underneath their feet. And just kind of to speak as the youth, like, this is kind of what we need. Like, we're a legal state now. Why can people get arrested for marijuana, but we can't legally be a part of the new booming marijuana industry, not just in Michigan, but across the whole US. And like I said, as a Flint resident, it's wonderful that somebody took the time, somebody who's from Flint, who lives in Flint, took the time to actually write a proposal and come to the city of Flint and say, hey, this is what I'm gonna do. This is how I'm gonna help. I just need you guys' permission. So thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. Thank you. My name is Heather Bernash, HEATHERBURNASH. I am a resident of downtown Flint and also a business owner. I am speaking here tonight to express my support of the proposed provisioning center plan for 448 South Saginaw Street in downtown Flint. As a 30-year resident of downtown Flint, I remember when there were no stores, no restaurants, no retail, no businesses, no customers, no revenue being generated. Flint has come a long way since then. It has taken the love, commitment, financial support, faith, and hard work from countless people to get us to this point, but there is still much work to be done. We have a few restaurants and a few retail shops, but it's simply not enough. The residents of downtown still have needs that are not being met, such as access to adequate groceries and pharmacies, for example. I have raised 2 children downtown and never once had a single concern about crime. I am concerned, however, about where do I get my groceries and my medications. As a resident and medical marijuana card holder, I fully welcome the opening of the provisioning center without hesitation. I have been in and shopped at various provisioning centers all over our county. I have found them to be safe, professional, and well-regulated. As one of the original founders of the Downtown Neighborhood Association, I believe it would be a positive addition to our neighborhood, providing jobs, generating revenue, and offering new services. As a student of community development, I have a master's degree in historic preservation with a concentration in community development and economic development. I was also formerly employed in the Community and Economic Development Department at the City of Flint, and have worked as a neighborhood planner for a national Main Street site. I currently serve as the chair of the Flint Historic District Commission as well. As such, I absolutely see the value in having this building occupied, restored, cared for, preserved, and loved. We have come too far to allow boarded up storefronts. That is not the look or message we need to send to people coming to downtown. Any vital and thriving downtown has a healthy mix of various businesses, including services, retail, professional, restaurants, etc. There should be something for everyone. The community's needs should be fully met in the city center. This project fills a void and helps to fulfill this most basic community development ideal of diversification. We learned all too well about the dangers of not being economically diverse. In the 80s, we had literally put all of our economic eggs into the automobile industry basket. And when they pulled out of Flint, our community was financially devastated. My hope is that we have learned from our past and that our investment in and support of diverse industries will carry us through any future economic challenges. As a 15-year small business owner in downtown Flint, I also fully support this project. I have a thriving criminal defense law practice downtown and intend to be here well into the future. I have seen firsthand the devastating effects of the sorely misguided war on drugs, ruining more lives than it ever helped. As our state has mercifully moved toward the decriminalization and legalization of marijuana use, possession, and sale, I have gained renewed hope for the future as a city and as a society. It is uncontroverted that marijuana is not addictive, and not a single death has ever been attributed to marijuana. The medical benefits of marijuana are vast, and the economic benefits to municipalities simply cannot be ignored. Because this enterprise is legal, government regulation creates security, stability, and safety in an industry that once was not so. Flint has always been at the forefront, leading the way in the automobile industry, as a national model for public education and fair housing and labor rights. This is our opportunity to once again lead by example and not to hide in the shadows of uninformed fear. I enthusiastically encourage the zoning modification being sought so that this vital and legitimate project can move forward. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Peter McFray, MC, capital F-R-A-Y. I'm a downtown resident of the last 6 years and a small business owner working in the service industry that we have that exists downtown Flint. I'm in support of the rezoning from several facets. I believe it's imperative, as the last speaker touched on, it's imperative for the city to diversify the economic base of the community for its prosperous growth that we're all hoping and working towards long term. The philanthropic value, as we've touched on, or as Mr. Schultz touched on, is also, I believe, unparalleled in the space and resources as a downtown resident. That's something that we see living downtown. That's where the rubber meets the road. The philanthropic value, the philanthropic value that will be added in this agreement, pending rezoning, are things that we see. I wake up in the morning and see in the street. And as a downtown resident, that's what keeps me here. That's what makes me wave the flag for downtown. Again, the visual landscape of downtown, as it's been touched on repeatedly now, and as someone that works in service industry, more restaurants and more things of that nature, we desperately need, as residents and business owners here, we desperately need to diversify where the economic growth and economic value in this community comes from. And I believe that this is a strong first step forward in doing so. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is, let me adjust this here. My name is Brandon Corder, that's C-O-R-D-E-R. And I am a Flint resident and business owner as well. As a Flint native, born and raised, it is my hopes to see steady progression in the city of Flint. As a member of the community, working tirelessly to bring progressive things to the city through curated event experiences, the Provisioning Center would be a much needed addition to downtown. The contributions from this project will directly impact the community in many ways. The yearly giving to the local nonprofit will go directly towards improving the community and helping those in need. In addition, the high-paying jobs that this project will provide is much needed within the community. The redesigning of this building will also add to the beautification of downtown Flint. The potential impact of this project is unimaginable. The state-of-the-art Provisioning Center is a step into the future and will have a positive impact on many for years to come. And as a member of the community, I wholeheartedly support this project. And it is my hopes that it will come to life.
I'd like to give a statement, or if you.
Well, number one, we can't hear you.
You can't hear me?
Okay, state your name, please, again.
Yes, my name is John Abbo. I'm here on behalf of Loom Cannabis Co., the lessee of the site on Saginaw Street. So I just wanted to give you guys a little bit of background on our company. We're currently the largest retail operator in the state of Michigan. We're a fully vertically integrated cannabis company with a 250,000 square foot grow facility in Everett, Michigan that's supplying all of our retail sites throughout the state. As Phil had mentioned earlier, we're in several downtown cities throughout the state of Michigan, a lot of them having initial concerns about cannabis companies in the downtown area. And, I could be, I'm being completely honest, and I urge you to reach out to many of these municipalities that has a Loom Cannabis operating in their city, to reach out to their commissioners, there's, the planning commissioners, and see what type of added benefit they have received from having Loom down there. We're a very high-end brand. We supply all of our own product to all of our own stores, and it's been a tremendous benefit for a lot of these downtown areas. So just to give you a few examples, we currently have 4 operating sites in downtown areas: Big Rapids, the city of Owasso, the city of Bay City. We're opening this week in the city of Cedar Springs, another downtown area, and then we'll open our 5th downtown area in the city of Iron Mountain, which is in the Upper Peninsula. And both Bay City and Cedar Springs were very opposed to having cannabis companies in the downtown area. And we had similar presentations like this, where we gave presentations on who we were, and there were a couple of planning commissioners who had issues, but they understood that these vacant buildings weren't going to renovate themselves, and they saw a high-end brand looking to come into the industry in the downtown area, and they snatched it, and it's been awesome for our company, and it's been awesome for these cities. And with the agreement that Phil has in place, we think it will be a tremendous benefit to the city of Flint, its residents, and the many people that will seek to benefit. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak in favor?
Yes, going to be short and sweet. My name is Shay Oliver. Last name is spelled Oliver. I am a entrepreneur, fashion designer from Flint, Michigan, born and raised. I operate out of the building that we're actually in. And I just want to say that I think this is a great opportunity for Flint to progress. If you just think about, what's going on in our country right now, today, I believe, being the anniversary of George Floyd's death, people are behind the scenes trying to figure out how to progress this country, and that can only be done by making changes to different policies. So I do believe that your decision to honor Mr. Schultz's request would allow this community to progress. And, with a business of this caliber being in downtown Flint, I truly believe that it would attract other businesses of its caliber to want to come and, and set up shop, in our hometown. And maybe we could get that $50 an hour, multi-million-dollar business opportunity, that you mentioned earlier. So I think this is an awesome opportunity as a Flint resident being downtown. I think it would be, great to see us revitalize the city. Thank you.
You. Anyone else wishing to speak in favor?
Yes, my name is Heather Lynn Uphold. It's Uphold. First name's just like Heather, Heatherlun.
Okay, Heather.
Thanks. So I worked a long time ago for a nonprofit called the Resource Center. And I am so excited to be back in Flint as of 2018, back working for Michigan State University as a public health researcher, and even more excited to be able to talk about giving back to our community in a way that can support the social justice and health equity areas that we need to grow. I'm a consumer of my family is a consumer of marijuana products. My mom uses them. I'm looking from a practical standpoint for ways to pick things up on my way home from work because I work downtown Flint at the MSU building. But really, my heart is so thrilled about the development that we'll see, the diversity that we'll see, this idea of the job force representing our Flint community, all of these things that are baked into the contract that will occur. It's just such an exciting opportunity, and I'm so glad that we are all presented with it to make a good decision. So, thanks.
Yeah. Anyone else wishing to speak in favor?
I guess that's it. Thank you for your time, and I'd answer any more questions, but thank you for your extended
Well,
time.
Mr. Schultz, I'm not finished yet. I got to get the oppositions in here too. If that's all wishing to speak in favor, now it's for opposition. Okay? Anyone wishing to oppose, or the portion of anyone wishing to oppose PC, no, there we are. Anyone wishing to oppose PC 21408 Schultz's Acquisition LLC request for a rezoning from D4 to D5 at 448 South Saginaw Street, PID 4118107019. Anyone wishing to oppose?
We see a number ending in 285 and 710. If you'd like to click *6 on your phone to unmute.
Anyone wishing to oppose?
They do have their hands up, so.
Oh, okay. Go ahead. I see your hand. You state your name, please.
Hi, this is Egypt Otis. I am owner of Comma Bookstore and Social Hub located right downtown Flint, Michigan.
Okay, go ahead. You said Otis is your last name?
Yes, Otis, O, T as in tiger, I, and S as in Sam.
Okay.
I am a bookstore owner located right downtown Flint. We are a Black and Brown bookstore, and I'm also heavily involved in the community and social justice work. And I have a few concerns and questions that I would like for the Planning Commission to acknowledge. For one, I think that it should be, I've heard a lot of positive conversation about the dispensary and a social equity piece. My concerns are as follows. If there is a registered social equity plan with the state of Michigan, what and how does this contribute to the master plan? And also, has there been consideration about the proximity of the student housing near, which is the Durant apartments. And also, I'm hearing a lot about the common good and public health. And I just want there to be more caution when using that language, although I do highly believe that there should be a social equity piece and that the business should be definitely representative of the community. It is to my understanding that Mr. Schultz is a landlord, so I'm not entirely sure about the limitations that he may have of making sure and guaranteeing that there is definitely an equity piece if it is not yet registered with the state. And those are my concerns as follows. As a business, we talk about, there being foot traffic. I would like to see data that may reflect the possible increase in foot traffic downtown, if that is something that has been studied and considered. And those are my concerns. Thank you.
Okay. Is there anyone else wishing to oppose?
We do have a number ending in 710. If you'd like to click *6 to unmute.
Good evening. My name is Terry Gebhardt. My husband and I own the building on the corner of Buckham Alley and West 2nd Street. We've had the building for 35 years. We also owned the Torch Bar and Grill for 25 years. We have resided in downtown Flint for 22 years. My husband and I were in downtown Flint when you had to look out the window to see what the homeless people were wearing to know what the weather was. I work with my brother's keeper. I work with Shelter of Flint. The problem was not having homeless people. The problem was our city could not absorb it. They were front and center. This zoning change, I am vehemently opposed to. There are 5 to 7 marijuana dispensaries within the Flint city limits. There is a marijuana distributor on Kersley Street, approximately 4 blocks off Saginaw. How many employees can a retail store have? 3, 2? I don't see that raising the level for the people. What I do see is a town that has worked for years, and I mean years. I have been president of the Downtown Development Association. I have been on the Uptown Reinvestment Board. I was on the Downtown DVA Board. We've all, Downtown Development Authority, we've all worked hard to have a vision. We used to have a blood bank. We had all kind of crazy things trying to get them to move to a more suitable location. We had a drug testing site. The neighbors hated it. This idea, number one, is not needed because there are dispensaries within the city of Flint. Number two, Ms. Oliver didn't want the dispensary in the East Village or in the Cortez or in the Cultural Center, so I don't know why she would want it downtown. Number three, the only person who really stands to benefit from this is the landlord. I am a landlord myself. We have had renters come asking us, could we put a marijuana space in your business? And we have always said no, because there is a greater good that we're all working for in the city of Flint. A marijuana dispensary on Saginaw Street does not meet that greater good. I oppose the zoning. I intend to be involved. And it's not just that we have a church, we have a college. It's not like people are going to come from the suburbs to buy marijuana in downtown Flint. I'm just vehemently opposed. I'm available if you have questions, and I do intend to stay involved in this situation. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to oppose? Anyone else wishing to oppose? Casey, is
Nope.
anyone else on the line?
We have a number ending in 539 and 534.
I'm available if you have questions, and I do intend to stay involved in this situation. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to oppose?
We have numbers ending in 534 and 539. If you'd like to click *6 to unmute.
Anyone else wishing to oppose? The callers?
Don't see anything else.
That's it. Anyone else wishing to oppose? That portion of the public hearing is now closed. What is the desire of the commission?
Mr. Chair, this is Commissioner Jewell.
Yes, Commissioner Jewell.
Yeah, through you to Bill, our zoning coordinator, to staff. Has there been any other communication, emails, phone calls, et cetera, regarding this public hearing?
Commissioner Wesley to answer Commissioner Jewell's question. There's been no other communications.
Thank you.
Okay. What is the desire of the commission? The question before the commission at this point is for PC 21408 Schultz Acquisition LLC request for a rezoning from D4 to D5 at 448 South Saginaw. What is the desire of the commission? We've heard testimony from a number of folks in favor and several folks who was in opposition. And we're looking at, the question of spot zoning, which is clearly, this clearly falls within that area.
Mr. Chair?
So go ahead, Mr. Jewell.
Yeah, this is Commissioner Jewell. The business before us this evening is for an application for a zoning change.
Yes.
And I got to give outstanding applause to Phil and to the other presenters and so forth for an outstanding insight to a application for a special regulated use for a provisioning center. Especially for the community benefits and the local neighborhoods, the neighbors, I call it the neighbors support and so forth. But this is about zoning. And if my colleagues were to look at the material that they got, the request for the change is the parcel in the middle of the entire D4 zoning district for the metropolitan business district. The other piece of information is, if my colleagues will remember, last week, we also reviewed another zoning request. Do my colleagues remember that?
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Jewell.
And that was presented, and it's public information, regarding an existing complex of parcels that were zoned in a certain area. And within that complex, on the edge of that particular district area, there was a parcel that they were requesting to change that parcel zoning to be in a line with the larger zoning district. And also in their presentation and in their application talked about how it would be in a line with the city's land use in the master plan, so that there be a sense of continuity and consistency for that geographical area and that zoned area. However, the presentation this evening is, in my view, appears to be the inverse. And in no way is my commentary to be taken away from the intent, the business, the benefits, etc. That's for another discussion. That occurs under the application for special regulated use. The other item that I give Mr. Schultz as the applicant special praise for. He says, yeah, we got to make changes. We got to push the limits, and maybe we have to break some rules and so forth. And as my colleagues are aware, I had shared each of us took an oath to uphold the rules, to uphold the criteria, to uphold the legislation, to uphold the items. Now, if that legislation and other stuff gets changed, then that's appropriate. So I'm at a loss of I'm not at a loss of where we need to go. It seems very clear, but I'd like to hear from my other colleagues.
Any other commissioners wish to chime in?
This is Commissioner Ryan. I have a problem with it being so close to a church. And the master plan has it zoned D4. So my question is, does this set precedent with the church issue? I heard him mention that he was going to talk to the church, but that's not what's currently in our face. So I think I will be voting no.
Just for clarity, I found out Friday afternoon about the church.
Okay,
Mr.
Schultz.
Chair.
Hey, Mr. Jewell, I handle that.
Okay.
This is a discussion between the commissioners at this point. And to Mr. Commissioner Ryan's concern, as far as the church is concerned, whatever we do, if this was a change, yes, that would be setting precedents for churches. It would set precedents for everything concerning spot zoning, and it would put this commission in violation of the illegal form of rezoning statute, which is, according to the Michigan State University Extension Program and our laws and our bylaws. I mean, our laws that governs this commission. I would like to hear from the other commissioners as to the concerns or no concerns that they have concerning this matter. And then I would entertain a motion to reflect the commission desires.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I guess I'll just ask Commissioner Blauer your thoughts on this.
Why? Because she's a Michigan State person?
Yeah.
Hey now, if this was, thank you, Commissioner Jewell, for passing that to me. If this was a special regulated use application before me, I think I would have a pretty clear idea of I would be in support of. But that is not what is before us tonight. It is a rezoning, and it clearly violates spot zoning. So I am, although in favor of the project, the presentation, the speakers, tonight, the rezoning, I am not in favor of.
Commissioner Campbell?
Good evening, Commissioner Jewell. I am not in favor at this point of approving that particular spot downtown as a D4 what is it? A 5, D5. I think that it will harm the area because one thing I haven't heard is a lot of the neighbors that this would be impacting. And there's a lot of neighbors in that neighborhood. Working downtown, I know where that building is, but have we heard anything from any of the neighbors that live in the area?
That we have in looking at the letters of support, well, when we say a neighbor to that business, Hoffman Deli, is a neighbor to that. And you're not talking about the ones in the apartment complexes over there? The new.
We're talking not only the complexes, you've got lofts, you have neighborhoods behind. If you go in off of Grand Traverse, you have neighborhoods over there. Yeah. So my question, and I'm really excited about what's been proposed once he finds, Mr. Schultz find an area where this could go into, I'd be more than happy to consider that particular place. But unfortunately, our information here says before us, everything before us says rezoning from a D4 to a D5. It does not say anything about SRU. So on that reason, I would have to say no.
Just for, you asked, was there in the neighbors? We have residents that live downtown in those loft apartments who was in support of that. So, there's support of the project, but the zoning is a whole different story.
Okay.
We've heard Mr. Jewell.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just hold on for a second, would you please?
Yeah.
Okay. We've heard from Commissioner Blower and Commissioner Campbell and Commissioner Ryan. I'm kind of interested in knowing what Commissioner Sorensen has to say, and Commissioner Jordan, if they want to, chime in at this time. Commissioner Sorensen?
Well, actually, I don't think that I can lend my support to the rezoning. I just don't think that the plans for that building, I don't think parking is adequate for it. I would like to see like a retail that's going to serve more of the community downtown than the SRU, which is, which is the next step in developing that property. So not at this time.
Okay, Commissioner Jordan?
Yeah, I definitely appreciate the comments from everybody who spoke today, both in favor and opposed to the request. And I understand and fully support the social purpose behind this idea. The request today, though, in terms of the zoning itself, we have to follow the letter of the law as it exists today in making decisions. And I think my colleagues have already addressed how the letter of the law doesn't, I think, enable us to rezone the parcel in this case. My hope would be the applicant can find ways to move forward with this social purpose in perhaps a property that is zoned appropriately for that use.
Okay, just to, I would just like Dr. All right, Doc, I wrote your name down on some of all these. Verholden, and she, have worked with the extension in dealing with spot zoning. I'd just like to have, maybe at some point, have a discussion with her as to how we could deal with this without it being in total violation of the spot zoning laws. But as it stands at this point, it's what we have. It's what we have. With that being said, what is the desire of the commission? Motion maker, please.
Okay, this is Commissioner Jordan. So again, in making the motion, we have to deal with the question in front of us today, which we were not presented with a contractual zoning or conditional zoning request. We were presented with a zoning rezoning. And so in terms of the request, PC 21408 Schultz Acquisitions LLC requesting a rezoning from D4 to D5 at 448 South Saginaw Street, PID 4118107019. The motion would be to recommend to council a denial of the request based on the findings of it being spot zoning and incompatible with the master plan.
Support.
It's been moved and properly supported that PC 21408 Schultz Acquisition LLC request for a rezoning from D4 to D5 at 448 South Saginaw, PID 4118107019 be denied based on spot zoning. And as it relates, we will forward that information on to council. But I think we should, in sending this to council, we will send the definition of spot zoning with that acquisition, which Commissioner Jordan has set forth. Any further discussion?
Mr. Chair, this is Commissioner Jewell. I think it's only appropriate in our decision-making and in our discussion that we applaud the efforts of Mr. Schultz and of others in their intent of the project, the outcome that they're looking at, and the support that was garnered. And we should applaud their endeavors for that. However, as we're discussing, the item before us is regarding rezoning, not regarding the project. So again, I think that's of importance.
That is true. Mr. Schultz, as he said, he's been very active in this community for a number of years, and he has worked diligently and tirelessly in trying to bring development to a downtown area. So he must be applauded for that. With that being said, roll.
Commissioner Ryan,
Yes for denial.
Commissioner Campbell,
Yes for denial.
Commissioner Blower,
Yes for denial.
Commissioner Jewell,
Yes for denial.
Commissioner Cook Hawkins is absent. Commissioner Sorensen,
Support the motion as stated for denial.
Commissioner Jordan,
Yes.
Commissioner Wesley.
Yes, that recommendation will be sent on to council for denial for the facts that was set forth in this hearing. Mr. Schultz, thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Thank everyone.
Yeah. Okay. Moving along, we have a site plan review. SPR 21.
Yay!
Hello?
Sorry,
We have a-
that's me.
We have a site plan review, SPR 21949, 620 Bloor Street, is requesting a site plan review at 620 Bloor Street, corrected PID number of 41-19-326-006. Mr. Vandercook, Bill, your comments regarding the site plan.
Thank you, Commissioner Wesley. Currently, there is an existing building that's 17,000 square feet located at 620 Bloor Avenue, used for manufacturing security doors. The owners are submitting a site plan for a 2,800 square foot storage building to use for their current business on site. The owners have completed a site plan and included all items required in the City of Flint's zoning code. The building has been reviewed by city departments, building, engineering, fire, water, and sewer, and there were no conditions required from any of these departments in the development of the storage building. Thank you, Commissioner Wesley.
Thank you. To the applicant?
Mr. Chair, this
Yes.
is Commissioner Jewell. Before the applicant presents, I'd like a couple of clarifications from staff that might minimize the number of questions later. I'm looking on the checklist, the site plan checklist, and I'm going to item number 11. And it basically says existing zoning and land use within the boundaries of the site and of properties abutting the site. And noted, it says this information does not appear to be provided. So to staff, is there a difficulty with that, or because the nature of what's being requested, it's not necessarily applicable?
Commissioner Wesley, to Commissioner Jewell, that was an oversight on this. That information is on the front page of the site plan.
Okay. Yep.
Okay, so it is on. Okay, I just want to
That's
make
correct.
sure for
Thank
the benefit of the applicant that we've got everything together for them. If we also go, because I looked at the site plan, and if we also go to item number 26, there was a reference to location and detail of the site lighting. And if I remember correctly, they were just adding a couple of additional lights onto the building that they're proposing. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And while I have you on item number 35 regarding landscaping, the proposed building is for storage only. And it's my understanding that the landscaping that's being done is the landscaping that's already on the site. Is that correct?
That's correct. It's an existing building, and so there's no proposed landscaping for the storage shed.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Just wanted to double check.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right. To the applicant, you want to tell us that anything that Commissioner Jewell haven't already covered?
Hi, I'm Gretchen Knobloch. This is our building at 620 Bloor. And we're going to build a pole barn. So there, it's pretty straightforward. I don't have anything to say. I'll answer questions.
Okay. Is there other questions to the applicant from the commission?
From the
Any other questions from the commission to the applicant? Your name again was Mrs.
Knobloch.
Knobloch?
Knoblock.
Mrs. Knobloch, I think you done warm down.
I can't believe you guys. That was crazy. All those people. Oh man.
I think you done
Don't
warm down,
envy.
but to the commission, do you guys have anything? It looks fairly straightforward.
This is Commissioner Jordan, and I just want to say thank you to the applicant for making sure all the materials were complete. That makes it a lot easier to review.
Yeah. I think it's fairly straightforward. That is. Okay. Here, no questions from the commission. What is the desire of the commission?
Mr. Chair, this is Commissioner Jordan. I would move approval of SPR 21-949, 620 Bloor Street requesting a site plan review, PID 41-19-326-006.
Support?
I heard support from, that's Commissioner Campbell?
Yes, sir, I'm sorry.
Okay. It's moved and properly supported. Any further discussion? Roll.
Commissioner Ryan,
Yes.
Commissioner Campbell,
Yes.
Commissioner Blower,
Yes.
Commissioner Jewell,
Yes.
Commissioner Cook Hawkins is absent. Commissioner Sorensen,
Yes.
Commissioner Jordan,
Yes.
Commissioner Wesley.
Yes. To the applicant, your site plan has been approved.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Bill.
Stay in. Stick it and stay in.
Chairman Wesley, this is Commissioner Jordan.
Yes, Commissioner Jordan.
All right, so I'm just doing a time check. My kids are popping out of their bed because I haven't read them their stories. So I will not be able to stay on the line much longer.
Okay.
And I know that we have several other things on the agenda tonight. So I guess would at minimum beg the indulgence of my colleagues that as I step off here, I would happily type into the chat my questions that I had intended to facilitate during our discussion of the orientation. But I also know that part of our bylaws states that, you know, when meetings exceed 3 hours, and we're now almost at hour 4, that, you know, we can elect to postpone the remainder of the items. So I would just offer that to the body for consideration.
Okay, I think.
Mr. Chair, this is Commissioner Jewell.
Yes, Commissioner Jewell.
Since I was on the up on the agenda coming next, I was going to make a similar commentary. So unless, Mr. Chair, unless there's anything outstanding in regards to decision making, I think most of these are reports and updates. I would concur with Commissioner's recommendations, or actually, does she want to make a motion?
Before we do that, just if the motion is to terminate the meeting at this point, how big is our, maybe we can get through some of the things. How many items we have for our next commission meeting? Because we're gonna speed this up. Bill, what do we have on the agenda for our next meeting?
Commissioner Wesley, I actually can't answer that question right now,
Okay.
but there's at least 5, at least 5 cases, probably that 4 or 5 cases that tomorrow we'll put together legal ads, Casey and I, to send to the MLive.
Okay, because
Casey might be able to answer the question though, Commissioner Wesley.
that's okay, but I see that we have case reviews and the same thing has been on for the last, and we can get through those because I don't know if there's anything pressing about those case reviews that we can't touch base very quickly, and not saying we have to do them tonight, but coming back on our next meeting, if that would be the desire of the commission, because we have been here since about 5:30, and I don't want people to put us in the same category with council meetings, because I love to get things done.
Well, Mr. Chair, to help assist you, since the next item on our agenda is Planning Commission recommendations for site plans, my commentary is review our whole is to postpone that to our next meeting, and that commissioners just kind of take a look at what it is that they see as important in expectations and site plans.
Okay. All right. To Suzanne, it's very rare that we get you here. Do you have anything? I'm messing with you, Suzanne.
You are messing with me because I was here last meeting
I'm
too.
messing with you. I'm messing with you. I get jealous, but go ahead. Is there something that we can put off? Because the I-475 and Planning Commission bylaws, and for the Planning Commission member orientation, that's going to be Elizabeth, and we're going to talk about some type of probably different framework at our next meeting, because I wanted the toolkit. I would take that. But when we get to going through ordinances and articles, we're gonna need a whole lot of help. So Suzanne, like I said before, if you can reach out to Doug from Rowe to see what we can pull together. But I have no problem in suspending the balance of this agenda until our next meeting, if that be so desired the commission, and a motion be placed on the floor for that at this time.
If you'd like, Chairman, I can give you just a very quick update on a couple things, just really quickly. I can talk really fast.
Okay, don't you have to talk fast? Just give it, because I got 3 minutes or 4 minutes before
Mr. Chair.
Kenneth and Miles.
Mr.
But Jewel, I ain't
Chair.
got time. I don't have time for you, Jewel.
Yeah, but we are, Commissioner Jordan has already signed off and Commissioner Blauer has signed off.
Oh, they done.
Oh, okay, no problem.
They've already
So
signed
it's
off.
automatically.
I am still present.
Yeah, see? So go ahead, Suzanne, give us a quick update, and then we all sign off.
Well, just really quickly related to staffing, the lead planner position was posted today. So we are moving quickly, and HR is trying to help us recruit for that in other ways. So we don't go as long as we did before without before the previous lead planner. And then the planner 1 position to assist Bill. That position has been posted, and we have, I think, 7 applicants right now. And I think that's going to be filled relatively quickly. And then a contract for Rowe Incorporated was approved at Monday's city council meeting. I'm waiting for the resolution for that, and then we will process the change order very expeditiously. So we will get Corey back on board and hopefully start addressing the backlog. So I wanted to tell you that. I also wanted to tell you that Jonathan Mateen has been appointed to the steering committee, and he should be attending as a recommendation from the Planning Commission that a staff person be appointed. Bill and I talked about, and Jeffrey talked about it, and felt that it would be something that would be really beneficial for Jonathan. It would help him kind of expand his planning background, get him involved in some other work, and he's done an excellent job for us so far, and we believe that he'll be able to bring good information back to this group and play a more integral role in that planning portion. So wanted to tell you that. And also I reached out to Shelby Freyer, the CFO, about ARP funds and the Planning Commission's desire to utilize the master plan as kind of a strategic framework. She wants to chat this week. We're supposed to talk later this week, and I'm sending her a copy of it. And hopefully that will guide some of the decisions on where some of that money gets allocated. So I wanted to share that with you. And I believe that's it.
Okay. That being said, the chair would enter a motion that we suspend the balance and everything be carried over to our next scheduled meeting. And I'll get with Bill, because Attorney Gurley, you still there? Maybe not. Maybe the attorney is gone, but we'll put her on for the marijuana ordinance stuff on our next meeting. So the chair would entertain a motion to suspend
No,
the
I'm
balance of
still
the meeting.
here. I'm sorry about that. I was muted. I am here still.
I finna say you thought we was city council and you just jumped us, buddy. Quit. Would it be okay if we put you on for the next meeting?
Absolutely.
Okay. So the chair at this point will entertain a motion to suspend the balance of the meeting.
Motion.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I'd like, go ahead, Mr. Ryan.
Commissioner Ryan, motion to adjourn this meeting and move the rest of the agenda to the next meeting.
Support.
Moved and properly supported. All in favor? Roll.
Commissioner Ryan,
Yes.
Commissioner Campbell,
Yes.
Commissioner Blower,
Yes.
Commissioner Jewell,
Yes.
Commissioner Cook Hawkins is absent. Commissioner Sorensen,
Yes.
Commissioner Jordan. Oh,
She's
Mrs.
in.
Jordan is signed off. Commissioner Wesley.
Before I decide support, I'd like to thank everybody for their attentiveness this evening. And it was a rather long agenda, but hopefully we can cut this down in the future. So yes, and thank everybody for coming. Thank you guys very much.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Chair,
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Mr.
Have a great night.
I have a
Oh,
I have
sorry.
a question. Oh, go
What's
ahead,
that?
everyone. I have a question for Bob and if Suzanne is still there, still on the
I'm
line.
still here.
Still here.
Okay.
I'm here.
Before we had we had a quota that we would not go over, and I know that I think the council kind of let that go, but we were at 19 at the beginning. That's what the number was going to be. So that has changed. Have they put another number where they will, all of this will be kind of done?
What do you
For
mean
the
by?
marijuana?
There is not a cap on dispensaries. The new ordinance removed the cap
Yeah.
and addresses it really through location, locational, kind of restrictions. So no,
Okay.
that cap has been removed. Initially, there was a cap of 20, but the new ordinance removed that cap. And the thought behind that was that there was some, desire on the council's part, who worked with, the law department, Reed Erickson and Kevin initially, and then Adam on that ordinance. And there was some desire to, have no limit on the number of dispensaries, but the way they addressed it was through locational restrictions. So there are still, there's only certain areas and zoning districts, et cetera, in the city of Flint that allow for dispensaries.
Good. Okay, that was my question. Thank you both very much.
Okay. All right,
Have a
guys.
great
Thank
week.
you very much. Have a good evening.
Have a great week too. Good night, everyone.
All right,
Have a
good
good
night,
holiday
everybody.
too.
Thank
Good night.
you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Be safe. Be
Bye-bye.
safe, everyone. Holidays coming up.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
Thank you.